Good morning. Well, it's come to this. It's the last day of ACL 2023. We've got the final, and one of the teams will lift that magnificent trophy or cup, which is standing out in the middle of the boundary area here at Casey Fields, and it certainly is one that the teams will be very, very interested in getting hold of. And the two umpires are near it at the moment. The Indian Tigers and the Sydney Mavericks. The Tigers, after being well beaten by the Pakistani Sultans this time last week in the first game of the tournament, have hit back well, got the right mix, and they have won their last three. They had a good win yesterday against the Lankan Lions in a high-scoring game. And the Sydney Mavericks only made 120. They were restricted to 120 by the Sultans, but found a way to defend that with their spinners doing magnificently. Again, likely to be relied upon today as they kept the Pakistani Sultans in a controversial finish to 102. Well, let's get out to the toss, the all-important toss. Suhas is out there with the two captains, Ravish of the Indian Tigers and also from the Sydney Mavericks, Aranga Shaminda.
Eighth day of non-stop cricketing action here at the KC Fields. Landmark presents the Aussie Cricket League 2023, and we are here for the grand finale. Two captains are here. The Sydney Mavericks are taking on the Indian Tigers for the big cup. The captain of Sydney Mavericks, Shaminda Aranga, alongside him the captain of Indian Tigers, Ravish Srivastava. To flip the coin, we have from Landmark Investments Mario Pizarro himself. To oversee the toss, it's Ankur and Ashley, and the heart of ACL, Harry, is there to adjudicate the toss as well. The coin is ready to go up in the air. Heads is the call. What is it, Ashley?
It's a head.
And it's a head. Shaminda, what have you decided to do and why?
Yeah, we're going to bat first again because I think my team is very comfortable with batting first, looking last few games as well. So yeah, I'm going to bat first.
Any changes in the side for the big encounter?
Not really. One change, Puru come back to the team again. Yeah, it's nice. So that's it.
A lot of red-eye flights then. As far as the surface is concerned, do you think it'll change a little bit?
I don't think so. It's looked like a little bit wet in the morning, but it looks nice now. So I think, yeah, it's going to be like pretty much same.
All the best to continue the momentum.
Thank you.
Ravish, what a journey it's been for you to stand here in the grand finale. How do you feel, first of all, about that?
No, we feel good, especially as a team. And the game we had on Sunday, we've already moved past and showed that we are getting better and better every day. And now it's best to use our momentum in the grand final.
Any changes in your side?
Yeah, we've got two changes. Adi Grewal out and Harry Singh out as well due to injuries. And then we bring in Garish and Desant.
What about this surface? Do you think that will change as the day progresses, the sun beats down, or you feel it's going to remain the same?
No, I think it will remain the same because this hasn't been used since Sunday, since our game Sunday. So I think it will be a very good surface to play on.
And finally, what's the number that you're looking to chase, the magical number to lift the cup?
Like every other game, I'm not going to give a magical number because I back our boys to bowl and contain them as much as possible, and then I back the batting to chase whatever they get.
Give a fantastic one to everybody to see.
Yeah, we'll do. I'll try my best.
Thank you, Ravish. So the news from the centre is Shaminda Aranga of Sydney Mavericks, who's won the toss, and he wants to be batting first in the grand finale.
Well, most teams, when they've won the toss and batted, have won the game. Just three teams chasing have won in this tournament so far this year. Looking at the Sydney Mavericks side, Solomon Myers, we say good morning to Grant O'Hara from Zimbabwe, important member. Ronnie, he has been injured, Ronnie Chopra, and looked injured yesterday, but he'll open the batting with him. Surav, he was out first ball yesterday, but it was a no ball. He got some runs. Abhishek, important. Shubham bowled beautifully yesterday. Satish didn't get a lot of bowling, but it's important. Peru back in the side, as mentioned by Shaminda, and what a valuable inclusion he is. Ayush, Danish, Shaminda, and Nishad. Good team. Carroll, Grewal, Ravish, Palombo, Manroop is the new inclusion. Dubé, Brendan Rose, Sada, Alang, Clive Rose, and Yash, who's also a new inclusion. It's a pretty good team that the Indian team has got. It's also an excellent team, Grant, that the Sydney Mavericks have got as well. As the two umpires come out with a little bit of smoke blowing like you're going to a concert, Akadaka or something like that. And I love the theatrics here at Casey Fields for the final of the ACL for 2023. And we look forward to what should be a great contest.
Very good morning to you, Dan. Yes, it's going to be one of the classics. And then there were two, as they say in the classics, 6 teams now are out of the competition, and it's come down to the Indian Tigers and the Sydney Mavericks. Neither side had an unblemished run into the final. Both teams lost at least one game in the pool, but semi-finals yesterday, the big wins to both the Tigers and the Mavericks. Bit of an upset yesterday, the Mavericks beating the Pakistani Sultans, but they did it very well, and they're going to carry that momentum into this game today, Dan.
Well, they made the one change. Peru, who missed out yesterday, an important member of their side, comes back in. Now, Sherry, who has been as he said, the backup wicket keeper, and hasn't done a bad job. He is out. I'm not sure who'll be their wicket keeper at this stage. Maybe he might be the impact player to come into that role later on. And we mentioned the Indians have lost Josh Taylor, who came in yesterday, the Gloucestershire player who's playing with Kingston Hawks here in Melbourne in the Victorian Premier Cricket competition. He's out with an injury, and so is Harry Singh. But Manroop Singh gets his first opportunity, and Yash comes back in as well, Pendeka. So they've got plenty of depth, the Indians, haven't they?
They have. They've got a very good side. But the Mavericks have too. They've got a couple of players that can really have an impact on the game today, and the conditions. Beautifully fine, a little cloudy. We've got a light breeze. Really lovely conditions here at the Casey Fields, Cranbourne, Victoria, and practically a brand new wicket. Take a look at that. The middle wicket of the block. It's been prepared practically all week, and this wicket be so interesting to see how it does play. See if it comes on conducive to stroke play, because the spinners have taken all before them in this tournament so far. Tremendous spinners, and this morning we're starting off with one of the medium pace bowlers coming in from what will be the southern end of Casey Fields.
Ronnie Chopra to face. He's been okay, made over 100 runs. Missed out yesterday, but I still think he was hampered by that calf injury, swinging and missing and then top edging. And Solomon Maher needs a score, the Zimbabwean international. 2 tests, number of one-day matches, number of T20 matches. And maybe it's his day today. And Brendan Rose took 5 wickets to rip the middle order apart for the Sri Lankans yesterday, win man of the match. So underway, first ball, and Ronnie is beaten outside the off stump. There's a slip in place. And one of the 2 fielders out. In fact, I can tell you both of them is a whitish, squarish third man and a deep backwards square leg. Having a great tournament, Brendan Rose. Be a good battle with Ronnie early days. Oh, that kept very, very low. Pill for LBW, a bit half-hearted, but gee. The first one had a bit of carry, the second one hardly had any carry. Let's have a look, Grant. They're thinking about taking it upstairs.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't, because it's going down leg. Another good decision by the umpire.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Pitching around middle, going down leg. And I spoke to Ronnie Chopra earlier. His calf isn't great. It's going to restrict his movement, no doubt. There's a lot of strapping on that calf. I said, well, Ronnie, you'll just have to hit 4 and 6s. And he said, well, that's what I do. And I said, good on you, Ronnie. One of my new favourite players. Get out there and do it.
He's certainly endeavouring to. Rose with him again. Ronnie swinging from the bootlaces. Great piece of fielding, though, at mid-wicket as he swung across the line but along the ground. And you've got to try and save boundaries early days with the field up. And that's what the Indians were able to do. That could have been a boundary, but it wasn't.
He's had a lot of work put into this calf, and there's an indication there of swinging. He's got a terrific eye. So if he does get onto one, he really hits them hard.
Rose. And again, Chopra wide outside the off stump, not moving his feet. It swung away from him. Made it even harder for him to reach. And we've had 4 dot balls so far. Good start by the Indians.
He's got about 111 runs for the tournament. He's one of the tournament's high bats. So you can see why the Mavericks are taking the gamble on playing him. If he can just get a few away early, could set up this innings for the Mavericks.
Rose with 8 wickets. And Ronnie this time swings it high and long, but he's got enough of it. He should be caught backtracking. And that is a great start by the Indians. They get a wicket in the first over. I thought initially it was certainly high on the bat that it might have cleared the fielder who was running backwards from wideish long on, but it doesn't. And they're 1 for none, the Mavericks. Ronnie Chopra perishing for a duck.
Let's take a look at it. He just gets under it, toe end of the bat. And this is a really good catch. He starts inside the circle. He charges towards the boundary line, then has the wherewithal to turn around and take the catch. And unfortunately, the experiment to play Ronnie Chopra at the top of the innings hasn't come off on this occasion. But Ronnie should be very happy with the way he's gone about his cricket in this tournament. Just unfortunate to get that injury, which has created that issue for him. So the first wicket falls in the first over. Still 1 ball remaining, but it's 1 for none. And early momentum with the Indian Tigers.
And you can't keep setting him Grewal out of it. He took that very good catch. He made 88 of 61 yesterday, didn't bowl. He'll be important with the bat, you'd think. So Shubham, who bowled so well yesterday, along with all the other spinners and the slow bowlers in this Maverick side to beat Pakistan, comes to the crease in the opening over. 1 ball to go. Rose bowls. He defends into the offside. Wicket maiden. What a start by the informed Brendan Rose and the Indian Tigers. Ronnie Chopra out for a duck in the opening over. It's 1 for none thanks to Landmark Investments. It's the final of ACL 2023.
And the bowling plans are clear. Let's bowl line and length. Let's support the bowler in the field. This team has been captained extremely well by Ravish Srivastava, who is also the keeper. So let's take a look at the last over. First ball, ducks away. Outside off stump. Otherwise, I'm happy with what I'm seeing with the wicket. There's been a lot of work put into it. The heavy roller on it this morning.
Now Manroop will open. He's coming to the side. He's been working hard to get ready for an opportunity, and with Harry Singh, that knee still causing him issues. He comes in. He was one of the stars of the under-19 ACL. Played in Noosa. Back in May, they lost the final to Australia through no fault of his own. He starred in all games with bat and ball, and he's a great inclusion.
Yeah, tactical inclusion, given that he hasn't played in any of the games so far. They must have a matchup that they like.
The left armour, it's pulled away and caught! Second wicket, catch taken at mid-wicket. And he cannot believe it, Shubham. It was short. In fact, Meyer, he cannot believe it. First ball, he's such an important member of this side. The Zimbabwean hasn't got going, and he gets a short one that he pulls out of the meat of the bat, but straight to mid-wicket, and Sydney Mavericks on their knees at 2 for none.
And that is unlucky. Let's take a look at that. Just dragged down short, pulled away, and found the fieldsman. Good catch.
Was.
Really good catch. That was going a lot quicker than you can imagine, and stuck the hands up at the absolute top of his jump and caught that. Palumbo taking the catch out there. And that's a quality piece of fielding by Scott Palumbo, the North Star from the Queensland Premier Cricket. Back he goes. Oh, and it was so well struck. Either side of the fielder, he would have got away with that, but a wicket with his first ball, Manroop, in the big time, in the grand final, playing for the Indian Tigers.
Golden duck for Meyer, who just did not get going in this tournament. And sometimes when luck's not going your way, you find the most innocuous ways of getting out. He did hit that well. Great catch though by Palumbo. Catches win matches. Manroop with his tail up and defending into the offside without moving his feet. They thought they nearly were through the defences of Surav then. Certainly got a bit excited, the Indians. And a wry smile by Manroop.
What's super important is to be able to swing back in, and that was decking back in. Oh boy, Manroop has a rhythm going already, and that was a beautiful delivery.
None for two. And 2 for none in Australian terms. This is worked away, just past the gully in the air, edgily. And they get their first run. 2 for 1. Surav won. He got bowled first ball yesterday, but it was a no ball. Rode his luck for a little while, but they didn't get a lot of big scores. And they need him to make a big one today to try and get a decent total on the board against India. Shubham ready now for Manroop. Beaten. God, what a catch. Or is that an edge?
No, it's bowled.
It's bowled him.
And
it's bowled him right through him.
Absolute peach of a delivery. Swinging back in. Got the assistance of this wicket and the weather conditions. And that is almost unplayable. Look at this, Dan. Pitches on middle and just takes the top of the bails. Magnificent delivery. Manroop, where's he been all tournament?
Well, tail back in, didn't it?
The great left-arm swing bowler Jeff Dimmick always said to me that a left-arm swinger must be able to swing the ball back in or he becomes too predictable. The rhythm of Manroop, as you said, Dan, played in the under-19s. He's a young player. He's from the Punjab region of India, and I bet you they're all cheering for him in India right now because he has his team well on top. 2 for 1 off his first 4. And just how important are those catches, to hold your catches, which Scott Palumbo did, supporting his bowler. Then a magnificent delivery that just clipped the bails.
Yeah, that's a tough scoreboard. Chopra Nort, Meyer, first ball Nort, Shubman Nort. And here's Peru back in the side. In the second over. And he gets one on the leg stump that he forces away to point. A little bit of bounce as well, negotiated by Peru. What an unbelievable over this has been.
And whatever plans the Mavericks had now probably need to be adjusted because there's no way they would have planned to be 2 for 2. So that means that these two batters, Peru and Surav, have to adjust their thinking and get through the next 5 or 6 overs without losing a wicket.
Easier said than done the way Manroop is going. And it's defended as he squares up down along the offside. They've got their team together and they've got this very good player waiting in the wings, and he comes in and says, well, I'm ready. You bet he's ready. 2 for 1 from his opening over. And they're in diabolical trouble, the Mavericks, winning the toss, electing to bat, virtually having to start again after 2 overs. They're 3 for 1.
Yeah, these two players, they players 3 and 4 in the order. now have to assume the opener's role. We've noticed Surav all tournament, he's got a very good eye, but very minimal feet movement. Wears the cap under his helmet.
He does.
There's a bit of protection, probably be from both the sun and the ball. And the captain, why would he change the bowling order? Well, he wouldn't. Brendan Rose to come back in. 1 for none off his 1 over.
Dubé's been handy. He's in the wings. Greville, we know, is Quick's in the wings. And the spinners. Here's Rose. Driven by Surav. You're right, Grant. No movement of the feet, but a good piece of fielding. Hindeka dives onto it from the covers and ensures that there's only going to be a couple of runs there.
Already I can see the wicket is going to be a really nice wicket to play on. There's plenty of pace that he just lent on that and it went for 4. A really good eye, Sharab, but the feet movement may need to get those going.
Here's Rose. And again, he angles the bat out to that one. There is a wandering split, probably third slip in place. And he sort of played a half-hearted shot, which didn't connect, luckily for him, through to Ravish.
Look at that for a start, Dan. Dot, 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 wicket, dot, wicket, dot, 1, wicket, dot, dot, 2, dot.
Yeah, more than 70% dot balls. Brendan Rose having a great tournament. Steams in again, and Surav hangs the bat out to dry once more. He did not move his feet whatsoever. And if they keep bowling that line, you wonder whether he'll tickle or feather one through to Ravish. They can ill afford it. 3 for 3 in the third over, thanks to Landmark Investments.
And that's all that's going to happen with a shot like that, is just a tickle behind. Not committing one way or another.
Rose once more. Surav driving this time, beating cover. And if he does connect to one that's slightly wide outside the off stump, he will find the boundary. And he managed to get it past the infield on the offside with just 2 fielders out early.
And notice Surav's first movement there, back foot starts walking down the wicket, trying to adjust the line of Rose or get to the pitch more. And he did that successfully enough, but easily could have gone to a fielder.
3 for 7. 3 batters already out. You don't see it too often. Chopra a duck. Meyer first ball duck. Sherdman a duck. Here's Rose again. And again, no movement of the feet, but puts bat on ball into the offside.
And Surav just not sure what to do about this nagging line and length from Brendan Rose. Trying to put him off his length by moving down the crease at him. There's only 2 fielders out because we have the fielding restrictions.
Rose, Surav moves across his stumps and manages to turn this into the onside, but can't beat mid-wicket. Another good over by Brendan Rose. His figures 1 for 6, got a wicket in his opening over. Ronnie Chopra. And Peru yet to score. Surav 7, and there'd be a state of shock in the dugout for the Mavericks. They're 3 for 7 after 3 overs.
Yeah, Mavericks reassessing. Who comes in next? Do we have a left-hand, right-hand combination? Do we bring someone in who's maybe more a player that just looks to steady the ship and noodle the ball around for singles and twos just to get some momentum going into their innings? And of course, I'm not at all surprised Manroop to follow up 2 for 1 in his first over and bowling lovely in-swingers.
There's Mario, the owner of Landmark Investments, the major sponsor, as Manroop starts again on the leg stump. Turned away, behind square. That'll give Peru some confidence. He's off the mark.
That's a leg by.
A leg by. In fact, he's still not off the mark.
Now, this is a matchup that I'm actually so interested in here. Manroop to Sarav. Sarav has got an excellent eye, but minimal foot movement. Now, if one ducks back here, it could actually be bowled into Sarav's arc. It'd be the one that goes away that may trouble him.
Here's Manroop now. Sarav bowled! Magnificent delivery, came back in. He's got 3 for 2. Where has this man been?
Well, he's
magnificent. 4 wickets gone. Mavericks teetering, 4 for 8.
He's been sitting on the pine den for some reason. Well, maybe they just wanted to bring him into the final as a impact shot player, but is this an in-swinger? Let's have a look. Oh, it is.
Oh,
what a great delivery. It starts outside, off stump, and this quality of bowling would not be out of place at the highest level, Dan Lonergan.
well, he's a very, very good cricketer, this young man, isn't he? From the Punjabi region in the northern part of India. He's got 3 for 2, and Sarav, he doesn't quite know what to do here. He's just thinking, what's happened now? This is a man that you talked about, nudging it around, dropping it around, could come in next, and he is coming in next. Had a lovely chat to him, as did you before the game. Lovely young man. Talked about how well they bowled yesterday in partnerships with their spinners. Gee, they're going to have to bowl even better today with the score at 4 for 8, and he's going to have to bat out of his skin and hope that Peru, who plays a similar sort of role, can get them some sort of decent score. 87 runs in the tournament, strike rate of 77.68.
I'd bring 2 slips in now.
now.
2 slips. With the way that he's decking them, now this will be away to the left-hander. I would reinforce those slips, and really, really bring enormous pressure onto the Mavericks.
Starman route, 3 for 2. Avashik gets one that moves away, swings away outside the off stump.
What a lovely piece of swing bowling, Dan. You don't get to see this at the highest level very often.
And any bowler at the highest level would be wrapped with this, wouldn't they? Look at that just come in. Mind you, we know that he plays very loosely, Suro. That's the way he plays. Big gap there between bat and pad, and wonderful bowling. Again, wide of the off stump. He had to stand a little bit taller, Abhishek, and that swung away too much for Manroop, but I don't think he'd be too disappointed with that. 3 for 3, and it's 4 for 9.
So his line's got to be around that sort of, the way he's hooping them around at the moment, it's got to be around that sort of leg to middle line to pick up that edge.
Avashek comes across his stumps, turns into the onside. They'll get a run. We know he's fleet of foot. We know Peru's pretty quick as well. And if there are gaps found or discovered inside the circle by these two, they'll generally scamper through. So Avashek off the mark. Peru also won. 4 for 10 in the 4th over. Shockwaves around the ground. India destroying the top order, especially this man, Manroop. And this is down the leg side. Taken nicely by Ravish, who's been very competent behind the stumps, but a wide, says Ash Barrow. Back today, he had a Dandenong District Cricket Association rep match yesterday against the VTCA at Yarraville in the western suburbs of Melbourne, and the Dandenong District Cricket Association well beaten. This is the 4th over, 4 for 11. Manroop again, pulled away. And that's much, much better. Just a loose ball. Remembering just 2 out in the first 6 overs. And through backward square leg where there was no protection. Nice boundary.
Yeah, dragged a little short here, but what a shot. Rocks back. Look at that. Bang. Just above bail height and connected with that magnificently. That was a beautiful shot.
Yes, beautiful pull shot by Peru. 4 for 15. Manroop in again. Peru pulls it once more, rolls the wrists. And that was sort of a little bit shorter. Might have jarred his hand too as he rings it when he gets to the non-striker's end. 4 overs gone, and Manroop, the talk of the town. Manroop Singh 3 for 10.
I was interested to see
2 overs.
what Manroop did there, because the play was probably to get back on line of length, but he said no, the youth got to him and he said, no, I'm going to actually bounce him a little bit, drop it a little bit shorter and see if I can get that top edge. So an attacking bowler, and why wouldn't you be attacking? Manroop 3 for 10.
Well, here's Carroll from one fast bowler to another.
Here's the man that took all before him with the bat. What a good player he's been for India. At one stage, Dan was calling maybe the first 100 of the tournament. Just ran out of time. Got out in the later overs. Look at that, 4 matches, 4 wickets, economy 5.6, strike rate. 4 in 1 match, the best of 4 for 14.
So he's been a match winner in 2 games so far, one with ball, one with bat, which is why he's there. Peru on 6, he'll face Satnam Grewal, who always operates generally from this southern end. And he drives an over-pitch ball. Pace taken off in the covers by Palombo, but they get a run. 4 for 17, took an excellent catch to dismiss Meyer. First ball from Manroop. Meyer out for a golden duck. Chopper out for a duck. Shudman for a duck. And then Surab for 7. Manroop claiming 3 wickets, Rose 1.
We've enjoyed watching Grewal bowl. He sort of saunters in, gathers himself, and really strong shoulder action, almost like a slinging action.
Quick 2. And hit on the pad. He was on the back foot, Abhishek, but the field was reasonably deep on the onside, and Gribble had to do his own fielding, and they managed to get a run. There was a little bit of a nick onto the thigh pad from the bat of Abhishek, who's 2. 4 for 18.
And the conditions, it's the breeze is starting to pick up again now. It's that southeasterly that's going right to left across your screen will support the outswing when bowling to the right-hander.
Here's Grewal again, and on the back foot, Peru defends it nicely to backward point but can't score. You've been here so long, you're starting to become an expert of Melbourne's weather.
Thanks to the bomb.
Correct.
Bureau Meteorology app that I go to all the time.
Still hot in Queensland, is it?
Thunder warnings in Queensland. I just got them as a notification on my app, and I think you guys, it's all the East Coast throughout Christmas Day. They've got thunder warnings. A bit worried about thunder. Of course, I
think it's just rain in Melbourne, but certainly a lot expected Christmas Day. Quite a bit expected Boxing Day for the first day of the Test match, and maybe even a little bit for the second day.
Now, what do we hold? What's the hold up here? Is it a potential no ball? Which is something. Of course, it's a free hit. Let's have a look. Yes, it is. We're looking at the no ball. Ooh.
If he's behind the line, it's minimal. Looking at that for mine.
Good carry through this wicket, giving support to the pace bowler.
These two trying to settle their team down. Still waiting, are we? taking a bit too long.
Free hit. It's been called a no ball. Just heard the third umpire, and the umpire out in the middle just signalled.
We've had quite a few front foot no balls, haven't we,
Yes.
in this tournament?
So, free hit. Fielders must stay in place.
Here's Greville with this free hit wide of the off stump. He has a swing at this. Good attempt to try and take a catch, which wouldn't have been out, as he dived across towards first slip, reversed the keeper. He had a real swing, throwing the kitchen sink at that for the boundary for 4. Well done by Peru. Handy runs.
Let's have a look at the replay. Wide, almost a wide. Would have been called a wide, possibly, but got enough on it to beat the keeper. Down to third man for 4.
Four for 23. He pulls up on his way through, Greville.
Yes, definitely part of the plan would have been no balls, no free hits. Maybe that's got into the mindset a little bit of Gruel there. Needs to get his rhythm back.
Wide of the off stump, it swung away. And is there a warning? There's a warning. We saw this in his first game running on the area. He got 3 warnings that day. Normally you get 2 and you're out the third, but they allowed him a third one and he stayed away. So this is his first warning. He needs to be cognizant of that. Good bowling, attempted Yorker, dug out though, pushing into the offside, taking point on and winning. Peru, 4 for 24, the Mavericks.
Yeah, the umpires will be guided by a couple of guidelines, and he's allowed to stay on the wicket whilst he's inside that guideline, but has to clear the wicket by the time he gets past it, and still just putting a foot in that danger zone.
Here's Greville again, and Abhishek across his stumps, defending well to one right on line. That slinging action, attempting to bowl the Yorker, and as the third umpire said, they're 1 over behind. 5 overs gone, 4 for 24. It's been a blitzkrieg with the bowling, and Manroop's taken 3 wickets. Landmark Investments, of course, our major sponsor of the final. The winner will be able to hoist that magnificent cup later on this afternoon. Good start, India here with the Mavericks winning the toss and batting 4 for 24. Sue Haas about to join Grant O'Hara.
Not only do they hoist a beautiful cup, a beautiful big cup, but there's a fairly healthy winner's check that is also presented to the captain of the winning team. Now a big call here by Ravish. Decided to replace the young man with Dubey coming in to the attack from the northern end. Peru 13, Abhishek 2. Attempting to steady the ship for the Sydney Mavericks. As we say good morning for the first time to Suhas. Good morning, Suhas.
What a dream start it is for the Indian Tigers.
That was called wide. dream start, all right. They wouldn't have been dreaming of 4 for 26, I wouldn't have thought, even in their wildest dreams.
Nightmarish start. He set off running, and had that been a direct hit, would have been curtains for Puru.
Let's have a look at the replay. This is not what you need. It was a dab straight to gully, and he gave up. He'd given up on the run, realised that he was going to be in a lot of trouble.
The ball's doing something out of pitching, especially for a left-hander. It's a very greenish pitch today. Not that you can't decipher it from the outfield, but it's got a lot of green, not a tinge of green, but a lot of it.
Yeah, there's a tinge of green there. It's quite hard. It's not unusual for an Australian pitch to look like that.
He's got such a lovely wrist, Dubey.
Hasn't he? Must have been very tempting to keep the two opening bowlers going, given that they were so in rhythm and on top.
I just feel the two opening bowlers will be snatching the ball for the captain.
Absolutely.
Last ball of a nightmarish power play for the Mavericks. Oh, there's a stare. 6 gone, 26 for 4.
And not a bad start by Dubey. Number for 2 off his 1 over. Lovely control. The very experienced Indian team, they would have spoken prior to the game about their bowling plans around that, just keeping that lovely tight line and length, supporting the bowler in the field, attempting to get early wickets like in every format of cricket, which they achieved. Let's take a look at the Manhattan. No run, 1 run, then a little Manhattan, and wickets, wickets, wickets. Look at that, 2 in the second over. When the young bowler, Manrup Singh.
What a start for him. And wasn't he raring to go? Grant gets an opportunity in the grand finale. Grabs the opportunity with both hands.
Oh, absolutely. He just had the big grin on his face. He loved being part of this. And then found some rhythm and some beautiful in-swing to the right-hander.
India losing a match winner in Harry. Look towards the young Manroop, and he delivers. Slinging into action is Grewal, who with the bat in hand massacred the opposition yesterday.
Yeah, look, it was unfortunate that Ronnie Chopra did get injured because he batted beautifully early on in the tournament prior to his... It was an impact injury too of his calf, not a running one.
Very well bowled. Oh, that was hit so straight. Puru and Abhishek. They're still learning the art of communication with each other. It was important that Grewal didn't get a hand to it, Grant. Had he, then Abhishek could have been in trouble. And
yeah, we've already seen one of those this tournament. A knockback for a run out at the non-strikers end.
And as simple as that. He's kept it straight. The ball didn't do much. Puru going for a huge heave on the leg side. Very unlike Puru in a situation that didn't demand it. At a time where he had to put a price on his wicket, Puru perishes.
Yeah, look, just look at the replay. I think he's done him on pace as well. Yeah, he's done him on pace, but that was, yeah, as you say, Suhas, the situation did not call for that type of shot at this stage of the game. They had to set themselves to get through to about that 10 over mark and then reassess. Problem solving is such an important part of cricket, where you say, okay, we've got a problem. We've lost wickets. What's the first thing that we need to do? Don't lose any more. What do we have to do? Take fewer risks. When are we going to get there? Let's have a look at it again at 10.
There you go. Yesterday was a clear example that Sydney Mavericks, if they reach 120 even, can make a game out of it.
Yes. Yes, that's what we kept talking about. We said, look, you're losing wickets and you're not scoring boundary after boundary, but 120 was always going to be a competitive total. Run a ball. But today, at 5 for 26...
Carroll might come off as a little quicker because of that slingy action, much like Jeff Thompson from this land. However, he's kept it straight and simple. The ball did not deviate one bit after pitching. And at this level, you can't be missing straight balls, especially when 26 for 4 is what the scoreboard's reading.
And I'd say that's exactly the talk he's having to himself sitting down there right now.
Pitched up, was ready for it. Danish off the mark. Take singles, as many as possible.
He's a player for this situation, Danish.
Every time Abhishek has walked out of bat in this tournament, he's been under pressure.
And he seems to cope with that pressure really well. He was talking to him this morning. He loved his bowling yesterday. He was the man of the match. He bowled more wrong-uns and toppies than leggies yesterday. He just thought that's what the conditions required, and that's what he delivered.
This 24-year-old has got a lot of grit. And will that grit pay off against Carroll? That was quick.
Yeah, look, I'd think he's well in the 130s. You know, maybe 135. It's a lovely slinging action. He controls it well. Strong man. All shoulder. And can bat. Batted beautifully yesterday. We'll open the batting today for the Indian Tigers.
The quick singles are being taken, but the question is they don't need the quicker ones. They need singles, yes, but they don't need the quicker ones.
No, risk, yeah, I know what you're saying. It's just let's lower the risk profile of our innings.
7 overs gone, 28 for 5.
And as we've said a number of times, Suhas, you must bat out the 20 overs.
20 overs seems to be a long, long way.
20 overs.
That 20 over mark, it seems to be a long, long way.
So the current run rate is just on 4. The bowling has been so good. It's hard to imagine that this Indian side actually lost their first game to the Pakistani Sultans, but haven't they taken all before them after that?
Absolutely. The two ways of looking at this situation. Oh, wait a minute. A bit of banter. Dubey had attempted to throw the non-strikers in.
He's tempting him. Look at him. He's just dawdling back and... Oops. Oops. Go on. Have a try. I'm close enough to put my bat down now.
Danish
I might get an
Mehta.
overrun.
I'm just thinking Danish Mehta had Dubey thrown and it hit the stumps. Don't even try to go towards... Now that single's taken. Again, it's a quick single though. Risky single. Now had Dubey tried to hit the stumps and it hit the stumps, Danish walks, I'm not sure he would have gone to the pavilion. He would have walked the other way. Because the coach would be furious. You can't be losing a wicket like this. I'm very surprised that Puru didn't put a price on his wicket.
Oh, you're saying he just don't walk towards the coach, walk to the other suburb. Go the other way and just say, I'll see you later, coach.
The coach would say, don't. That's nicely played away.
Seems to have a lot of time, Danish. He just saw that beautifully onto the bat. It's about that middle stump line, but flicked it off his pads on the leg side.
30 for 5. It's the kind of score that you want to rub your eyes and see again. There isn't a single. And that, had that been a direct hit, Danish would have struggled.
They would have struggled. So he would have been out. Look at this. That would have been what we call caught mid-wicket.
Well
That's
done.
another way of looking at it. Caught mid-wicket.
It's not often that you say that in this format of the game, but well left, Abhishek.
Yeah, don't be afraid to leave. Good balls.
He's got to utilize the long hours of concentration that he has developed over the years, playing the longest format of the game for the state.
If I was the Mavericks dugout, I'd be getting the boys together and say, okay, it's not exactly going the way that we had planned. 8 overs, we're 5 for down already.
And he's doing it again. He's doing it again. Danish Mehta is playing a different game altogether. He's got to be careful. What if one of them actually takes a chance? I think Danish Mehta is trying his best to get run out today.
Yeah, no. As always, okay, let's take a look. Look at those trophies. Magnificent.
And very soon they'll all be taken away. One apiece.
Someone will be winning those and putting them on their mantelpiece, or as we do in Australia, we straight to the pool room. Put it there.
This quick single.
Ever seen a movie called The Castle, Suhas?
Castle?
The Castle?
Castle?
It's a Australian classic.
Lovely.
Absolute. And every time he won a trophy, they went straight to the pool room. But what I was saying, you bring the team together and you say, okay, what's the lowest competitive score that's possible for us? So let's say it's 100 or just over 100. We've got to get to 100.
The boundary ropes seem very far away at this stage. 23 balls since the ball had touched it. Superb delivery. With this kind of a start for the Indian Tigers, the pace bowlers especially wouldn't want to leave the ball. They would want to continue to bowl. Grival's got an opportunity to do that for the third time on the trot.
I've got a sense that these are the two players that can take the Mavericks into that sort of 13, 14, 15 over mark. I've been very impressed with Danish, the way he goes about his batting. And that's what I mean. He plays each ball on its merits. He just pushes the ball around. He plays within his capacity, doesn't try and overhit, and seems to me like he's got a pretty good read for the game and the circumstances.
I think it's the quickest that the paces are bowled, not in terms of the pace, but in terms of the time. Now that single's available, this is good calling, but they need more of this. The Mavericks. It's been few and far in between. It's a time when they had to put a price on the wicket. The shot selection has been abysmal. Sydney Mavericks. They'll reflect on this campaign and they'll definitely talk about this game. Just 24 hours ago, they played one of the best pieces of cricket that's ever been played in Aussie Cricket League 2023, and that's exactly why they find themselves in the grand finale.
But how often also does that happen, that you kind of play your grand final the game before? And that could have been very well been the case, and then you're ecstatic to be there, and then all of a sudden you're just sometimes happy to be there. And you think maybe that's enough, whereas the Indian Tigers, they're built beautifully. Lost their first game. Then had a couple of big wins, and everything just started to click, and clicked very well in the semi-final.
And it's time for spin. I hope the other pacers don't mind because the ball will be roughed up a little bit. The first 9 overs have been very eventful for the men in blue. And it's been a struggle for the men in yellow.
Clive Rose, first-class cricketer. Played in the Big Bash, played for Victoria. Left arm, around the wicket.
Don't think there's a single. Oh, just about reaching there. Now Abhishek just put his head down and started to run. It was Danish's call because it went behind Abhishek, the batter. Now, how do you convey to your partner that if you're a non-striker, how do you convey to your partner that the throw might be at your end?
Just yell out, your end. That's what we used to do.
The keepers, I tell you, keep it very simple.
Yeah, just your end.
And is it like an unwritten rule that you always throw to the keeper? Unless you get an oral cue from the fielders alongside you to throw at the non-strikers end, because that presents a better opportunity.
Oh, the way we do it in Australia, and it could be different around the world, but I'll tell you that in a moment. Okay, so a shot like that would definitely be the striker. So if the ball goes forward of square, our rule was that the striker calls anything forward of square.
Not in terms of the batters. I'm talking from the fielders' point of view.
Beg your pardon, sorry.
Because you are concentrating on the ball while running towards it. You don't know which end presents a better opportunity for a wicket.
Yeah, no. What should happen is, obviously the keeper's over the stumps, and the bowler should get over the stumps as quickly as possible, and then they communicate. Bowler's end, keeper's end. Simple as that. So they need to be watching what's going on. And there's a 2.
Gone! Is that another? He's quietly reset the stumps. Direct hit from the deep. Sardar with a bullet-like throw. And he's made it. He's made it.
And that's the halfway mark.
How many times has Danish survived a run out today? 10 overs gone, 40 for 5.
Better.
40 for 5 at the halfway stage. Half the wickets left, with half the overs left. Manroop, 3 for 10 is a dream for any bowler, and to churn figures like these out in the grand finale tells you something. How itchy was he to get a game?
Yeah, unbelievable. Hello, Suhas. Lovely to see you, my man, for the last time.
Well done. I love that length. And Singh is bubbling with energy also because he hasn't played the regular games. So he has fresh legs. The only thing that the team was worried about when Harry, one of their prime pacers, was missing this game out is how well will the young Manroop respond. He's grabbed the opportunity with both hands.
And they've given him the second over too, and he got a wicket first ball. Very good bowler. I was so impressed with his maturity in the under-19 tournament in Noosa back in May.
He was a captain back then.
He was.
Additional responsibility. And you also like the fact that Manroop is someone who tends to give others opportunities, and for someone like him to wait for his own teaches you a lot.
One of 3 changes today. Yash from the Casey South Melbourne team is another one. Josh Taylor out. Ooh, that was a good delivery, wasn't it? That took off a little bit.
That's a perfect way to say hello.
Yes, absolutely. And he played it okay then to manage to keep it down. Look at
Now,
Manroot.
2.3 overs,
Yep.
12 runs and 3 wickets. Clearly, the pick of the bowlers making a debut in the grand finale of the ACL. Clive was good in his previous over. He's holding one end up. Rose is saving up for the final overs.
Here's Manroot down the leg side. And he asked the question. That was not going to hit the stumps.
That was never going to hit the stumps.
Nah.
He knew that.
It is a leg bye. Now, the third change for the Indians, they've got Girish Chopra, and they'll decide, and Dasun Opianika as the impact players. Either one with Addy Grewal hasn't quite got going in this tournament. Also out today. Took 2 great catches though yesterday, which turned the game just when you thought the Lankan Lions were ready to mount a big challenge.
This one didn't bounce as much. Oh yes, I love the 2 catches. I love the 2 catches from Addy Grewal. Even more so what followed. What followed was a superb Thai 5 celebration. You know how popular it is in India. Shikhar Dhawan did it all the time. Still does. Why should I say it in past tense? Shikhar Dhawan still does it all the time. Jatinder Singh of Oman does it. In fact, Jatinder is the one who started off that celebration. Shikhar picked it up from him. But Shikhar got more TV time, right? So India thinks Shikhar started it. And it's very popular in a sport called Kabaddi back in India. 11 overs gone, 44 for 5.
What's Kabaddi?
Kabaddi. Kabaddi is a sport. It's a sport.
Yes, I know that.
Kabaddi. Say Kabaddi. Not Kabaddi. No, it's a completely different story then.
Kabaddi.
It means something else. Kabaddi, yes.
Well, tell me what...
Kabaddi.
Excuse my ignorance. I'd like to know about Kabaddi.
Yeah, Kabaddi. Now, Kabaddi is a sport where one person enters into the other's arena, just like you have a court. The arena is divided into 2 places. No, not the arena, sorry. The mat itself is divided into 2.
It's a bit like wrestling.
A bit like wrestling, but you go at each other, but you don't throw punches over here. So one team is tackling the other. The raider, true to his name, gets into the court, half of the court of the opposition, and the opposition tries to catch him.
Oh, okay.
Much like this, but will that be taken? No. Abhishek has played a shot in the air, and this needs to become an NFT because that's how rare it is.
NFT.
Oh, okay. We have some catching up to do.
Well, I've got a lot of catching up to do.
That's one about to do it.
And NFT.
Yes. Non-fungible token. Dan.
Fair enough. I like that. Now,
NFT.
how popular is Kabaddi compared to hockey, which used to be one of the most popular sports in your country?
Hockey is still very popular. Kabaddi has taken a new route of, and it's transformed into something even bigger.
Right.
After the Pro Kabaddi League. So that's another sport that India is concentrating on and doing wonders in.
Well, they've got an IPL for hockey, haven't they, over there? Or they have had.
Something similar. Yes. I like that we talk about other sports, but we always compare it in cricketing terms. The IPL for hockey. Interesting.
Well, we do. And a lot of the very good Australian players, which I think is great for them. They get an opportunity, obviously not making the money that the cricketers make in the IPL, Suhas, but they make a bit of money. And we've got, Eddie Ockerton's been playing forever, over 400 games for Australia, and he's finally got that opportunity to play a bit of IPL hockey and earn some money from a sport where he has been one of the superstars. I think the second best player we've ever had in men's hockey behind Rick Charlesworth.
Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful that other sports as well are becoming viable career options? And I think that's a good example to set for different parts of the world. But for me, personally, I find what we're covering right now the most beautiful sport ever in the world.
Cricket. Yeah, it is magnificent. Now, Rose is doing a great job talking about being magnificent. Just he can't get it away, Abhishek, because he's darting it in and they're virtually Yorker length, Suhas.
Well done, Clive. 6 runs of the first 3 balls and nothing thereafter. 50 for 5, but the 50 has been a struggle. It's taken 12 overs for Sydney Mavericks to get there, and 5 wickets have been... It's too much of an opportunity cost for 54 fours. 2s have been 4 times, 21 ones. Just tells you that the ones can increase with Abhishek there. Yet to see a 6. 1 was attempted though. But 2 were attempted. 1 went Puru, went for the big shot and missed it completely. I think he'll still be thinking, why did he have to go for it? And the second time is when Abhishek chipped it. Miss MK, she's enjoying it.
Yes, spoke to MK today, film director. Grant and I had a good chat to her. She's a film director. She put together a movie which has been done here in Australia involving a number of Bollywood actors and actresses and
Wonderful.
actors and actresses from Canada and Australia. A movie I think called Crazy or Crazier. I'll confirm that.
Crazy?
Yes.
Interesting.
I won't tell you the overview or the plot, but she sort of told Grant and I a fair bit about the movie. Bit of a comedy. That's better. From Danish playing across the line from a Lang outside the off stump. Now Abhishek going at just over 50% strike rate, but he's still there. As I said, I reckon he'd be terrific to play 2-day cricket. Just building an innings. He's doing it here too, but he's only got 8 overs to do it. Spearing on leg stump. Good piece of fielding, fine leg again. Dubé, we haven't seen him yet. Nearly got away from him. Didn't know. I think the psychological numbers...
Krishna Alang's trying to not turn the ball, I feel. Yeah, just like that. He's just letting it go out of his hand.
I think the psychological number is if they can get to 100 after their awful start, they'd take that. Whether it's enough
an example
is
that
problematic.
120 can be enough for this bowling unit.
Yeah.
With Puru back as a bowler now, let's just say, because he's done with batting today. It'll bolster the bowling lineup too. Playing an inexplicable shot. Man who's travelled miles to get here on time for the grand finale. It's just that he sets high standards for himself, and it's very surprising to see someone like Puru get out like that.
Chopped away, but again, that stacked offside field. Nearly a run out, but a mistake. A mistake because he tried to grab the ball a little bit too excitedly then.
It should have been
Alang.
out. It should have been out. Alang was in a good position to collect the throw as well. Instead, it's hurt him. It's hurt him even more.
He clutched at it, didn't he?
Oh, wow. That's a perfect delivery for a left-hander, isn't it? 3 runs of Alang's over with single strewn in between. 53 for 5.
Tell you what they're doing very well is they're bowling to their field because it's a stacked offside field, protecting the circle at the moment. They've been so good.
India, in the Indian Tigers, have managed to pin down the Mavericks at 53 for 5. This is the only partnership which at least resembles one. But Indian Tigers have missed 2 to 3 opportunities in the last 15 minutes for a run out. Abhishek Bajaj has been a form of resistance. 16 not out of 31 deliveries against one of the sides. Oh, this is inside out. Difficult to stop, but he's done well in the end, Sardar.
See, that is good fielding, isn't it? Their fielding generally, ground fielding has been exemplary. Top of the pops.
Clive is so quick between 2 deliveries, despite the ball going to the deep, that it gets difficult to give you stats. He's walked to the other end, literally. Now we'll talk about Abhishek's batting prowess throughout this tournament. Sultan's, they conceded 19 with Abhishek's. Oh, Abhishek's gone for the big shot, and I think he's cleared because this got a lot of bat. Boy, he is cleared.
Great shot, Abhishek. We don't see him do that very often, but when he does, and he connects. It's magnificent to watch. He's the key for mine. Danish doing his job at the other end, just knocking it around. But maybe Abhishek.
Oh, that's a good shot too. There is a man in the deep. No hurry. How did they got the 6 away earlier in the over? No hurry. Now we were trying to get you how Abhishek builds an innings, Dan. 19, 31. Yesterday's 19 was crucial too. Now he's gone for the big shot now, Danish, and it's 4.
Here they come, maybe. Again, finding the gaps, deciding that they've just got to have a look now. And Clive Rose, very experienced cricketer as we know, just tossing it up a bit, and they got underneath it.
This was the previous shot.
Yes, from Abhishek, and yep.
Then Danish came in and smashed a boundary as well. That was a good shot too. Straight to Rose, and I think Clive will not be happy with this over for obvious reasons. 19 of 21 for Danish. Abhishek's 23 of 33 is pushed past yesterday's score. And the Mavericks have formed somewhat of a Manhattan in this over. Somewhat of a skyscraper.
Now that last delivery, did Rose hurt himself when he bowled a delivery that was of Yorker length, speared it in, and it was played back to him on the bounce? He looked like he was moving a bit gingerly then, Suhas. So 14 overs, 5 for 67.
41 of 45 balls. It's come of great time because the 14th over went for 14 runs. Good work by Abhishek and Danish, picking the right position in the game, right situation in the game, and attacking Clive. This is positive batting. They needed to infuse positivity. They've chosen the 14th over. Now Alang.
His second over. They're thinking of 2 here because he took the pace off the shot. That's great running.
Good running between the wickets indeed.
Yeah.
Christian Alang has been trying to keep it away from the batter. Now that Abhishek started to go for the big shot. But Alang has this tendency to push one quicker. Is he trying to purchase a wicket? Is he trying to purchase a wicket? If he is, then balls like these, slow, loopy. If he's not trying to purchase a wicket but pick up a wicket in a different form, then he'll push it harder, quicker.
He's the man in charge, Abhishek out there. He said, come on, come on, come on. To Danish, he just dropped it a couple of metres away. As a friend of mine would say, tippity run.
Tippity?
Tippity run. In Queensland, Grant says they call it tipsy run.
This partnership has brought life to the Mavericks. And belief to the Mavericks. 100 is a psychological total, as Dan explained.
Got to admire their intestinal fortitude. That was a great delivery. Nearly yorked him. Gave it flight, then it dipped alarmingly. Just got some bat on that then, Abhishek.
What Abhishek's done well is not just hit that 6. He's also concentrating on singles in the very next over. Keeping the scoreboard ticking, keeping the pressure on the opposition. Whatever little that they were able to put on the opposition, the Mavericks. Got him, played on, Danish departs. Christian Alang has kept it quiet, slow and simple. And Danish does get a send-off for all the troubles.
Disappointing there for Danish. Why did he need to play that shot? Because he and Abhishek had started to get some control back in the game for the Mavericks after that horrendous start, losing 5 wickets before they were 30. And he's disappointed with himself. There's a wry smile there, but there should be utter frustration inside. Nice innings, but probably not enough. 6 for 72 after 15, the Mavericks. He bowled that from behind the stumps, Grant said. Incredible.
Whatever to upset the batter. Now what happens when you ball from behind the stumps is that the release point changes and confuses the batter further. He thought the ball had arrived. No, it didn't. It was so slow that he could turn and see the ball hitting the stumps.
As Damien Fleming says in a sports day routine or a sports function routine about the throw that he made to Adam Gilchrist to run out Alan Donald for Australia to make the final of the World Cup in '99. He said the ball was growing a beard, it took so long to get down to Gilchrist, and that was sort of what happened there with that delivery. Hello Grant, welcome back.
Oh, you make me laugh. You've got so many great...
I've hosted that function 4 times and heard that story 4 times. He's exactly right though. I mean, I can still remember now how slow you thought, is it ever going to get there? I mean, Donald was never going to make his ground, but even there you could see how slow that was.
Nice piece of bowling, that bowling.
It was.
From behind the stumps.
Here's Connor Carroll, always comes in late. Round the wicket, bowl to Avishek. Short, Avishek does well to steer it away, pass backward, point for 1. Manroop does the fielding, only getting 1. He's been the star with 3 wickets, coming in as one of the new players today, one of 3 changes. And we're in the 16th over and it's 6 for 73.
Abhishek should be quite proud of himself. He's played this tournament extremely well. He's played to the conditions. He's at least given a little bit of life to the Maverick total. When I left after 10 overs, they were 5 for 40. And then when I came back, 6 for 72. So they put on a partnership of 32 runs while I was away, but just lost a wicket right on that 15th end of that 15th over.
Here's Carroll now to Shamindra Aranga, beaten by an absolute ripper. Six for 73.
There you go.
And now this was the partnership yesterday that sort of turned the game against Pakistan. Malouk on top and 2 switch hits for 6 by Aranga gave them confidence. And now he flicks the next one away behind square to the boundary for 4. Forward square leg wasn't far away, but he picked the gap as he basically just whipped it.
Just a nice leap there before he left it rock back the middle and then forward he actually hit that off the front foot.
6 for 77. Carroll to Aranga. Oh, hits him high. Could be LBW, but it's a little bit high, and they'll get a leg bite, cut him in half, and they might come back for 2.
I'm not surprised that it was all happening. Single. Then the non-striker gets down the other end.
I thought he was off again, but he wasn't, obviously.
He was. Here he goes. He charges off now and goes, oops, no, my mate's not coming back, so I've got to go back. And then there was a throw at the stumps, which missed. And you need 4 sets of eyes to
You do.
check what's going on there.
6 for 78. Avishek on strike now. And this is down the leg sides, called a wide, not taken cleanly by Ravish. And there'll be an extra delivery bowled here.
That one took off there by Carroll. It looks to me like what he's doing is he's got that pointer finger that's doing most of the work and really sliding down the ball, and it's ensuring that it gets a real sort of bounce off the wicket.
Had a great tournament, young Carroll. Bowls to Shaminda, drives down the ground, the big loft, over long off to the boundary for 4.
All right, now, again, as per yesterday, they've got to be looking at getting that runner ball down the ground, which would give them the 120. They defended that yesterday against the Pakistani side.
It was the big agricultural effective hoik. 6 for 84. Carroll now Wide of the off stump. I reckon he was maybe looking for a switch hit then. I could see the bat maybe starting to change in his hand, the grip. But in the end, it was outside the off stump and nothing happened. 6 for 84. 16 gone. Can they get to 120? Abhishek, the highest score in the tournament, just been consistent. No 50s, lots of 30s and 20s. 115 runs, one ahead of Salman Afridi of the Pakistani Sultans. And then Satnam Grewal, who's still the bat, has only batted twice. 111.
And the injured Ronnie Chopra.
He was out for a duck today. There's Navjot and MK having a lovely time watching the cricket. Navjot being Harry's wife, the organiser.
And MK, movie producer, going to be producing a movie called Crazy Man.
Crazy Man, that's
out
right.
in January.
Flat batting the first ball of a new over, which was a bit short down the ground, is Abhishek to bring Shaminder on strike. Got to admire this team, this psyche that they have, that, okay, we're in trouble early, we're going to try and see if we can eke out something that we can bowl at.
And thanks to Danish and Abhishek that have taken responsibility for at least putting them into some sort of competitive position.
And that came back in and cramped up Shaminder from a lang. It was another darting ball. He gets a dot ball here in the 17th over at 6 for 85. And he swings the next one, cross the line, but only gets one.
And that answers my question, is there any turn in this wicket? Well, the previous ball really spun back, snapped back, outside off stump.
Here's Abhishek now. Slides the ball to third man. Fling at the stumps. No problems, home. Even though the bail comes off.
Abhishek was telling me that he's got a coaching background and has, I think he was saying a cricket coaching business. Oh,
that was actually a bit closer than I anticipated. Is it even?
Was there an appeal? Because I think it's out.
Gee.
It's, oh, well, there is an appeal. Is this the review? There is a review. He slid his bat.
I think he might just be home. Gee, it's tight though, a lot tighter than I thought initially.
We can't, we just need this angle to see when the ball actually hit the stumps. If it's the stumps there, then I think he's short.
I think you might be right, Grant.
I think he's short. If
I just automatically thought he was fine. Well, this is a bonus,
Indians
isn't
are
it?
celebrating. We just can't see from that angle exactly when the stumps are broken, but I think they're broken there, and they are, and he's short.
Yes,
that's out.
you're right. Wow.
That's a direct hit. What a great piece of fielding. And just as the Mavericks start to gain a little momentum, they're out again. And that's the man. Who's that? That's Shaminder. Well, Dan, that caught us a bit by surprise, didn't it? We thought he was maybe home, but the replay.
Well, from the naked eye, it looked like he had got home, and I actually thought quite comfortably, but gee, he was out. No doubt out. So in the 17th over, and they're now 7 for 86, and just a bit different to yesterday. At least Shaminder and Abhishek were able to get going for a bit longer than they have today. And we saw Danish and Abhishek, similar sort of players, dropping it around and picking the gaps. Until Danish was out. It's resting on Abhishek here to get them past 100 at least. He's done a great job. And a Lang, another one of the unsung heroes for India too. fulfilling his end of the bargain. Seven for 86 in the 17th. Flatter delivery, defended from the crease for Satish, who didn't bowl at all yesterday, but was involved in a great run out to help get his team home. This is driven down the ground, trying to dive after it. A Lang Miserly looking to avoid having a run taken off his bowling then, but he was unable to. So 17 gone, and the advantage there for India is that it takes Abhishek off strike again.
Okay, mid 100, between 100 110, that's sort of 104, 105, 106. Let's take a look. Yeah, here it is. The projected scores at the current run rate, 102. 7 is 108, and 9 at 114. So I feel that they're going to land somewhere in around that, unless they can have a super big over to get them into that 120 range that won them the semi-final yesterday.
I still think at 120 they might be 20 short, and anything less, well short. Mind you, that's if the Indian batting lineup performs like it has in the last couple of matches.
And mind you, that's what you said yesterday too.
I did.
Dan. I'll just remind you.
Yes, you can do that. Thank you, Grant. I always get it wrong. I could not tip my hat. As a great race caller Bert Bryant used to say.
Yeah,
could not tip his hat. One of the legends of broadcasting in this country. Carroll swung away by Satish. Has he got enough on it? It's been dropped out in the deep.
Yeah, the
he survives.
Outfielder made good ground. Let's take a look at it. Short, high, doesn't make, clear the boundary. In comes the deep mid wicket.
Should have taken the catch.
Yep. He'd be disappointed with that, but he recovered quickly.
And this is short, and could have been a wide. Certainly Satish wanted it to be a wide as he was looking to maybe get the top edge over the wicketkeeper's head. And it's one short delivery given. Ash Barrow just had a check. 7 for 89 in the 18th. Carroll with the figures of none for 14. It's been interesting that he's been brought on, Grant, late in each of the matches that he's played.
I think we've got an injury here with the fielding outfielder there that attempted the catch. He may have split his finger, his webbing on his hand, attempting to take that catch. People forget how hard these cricket balls are. There's a bit of blood coming from his hand, so he'll need to get that attended to.
Well, he's coming to the team today, Yash Pettinka from Casey, South Melbourne, who was at Monash Tigers last year.
Oh, what a shame. He was either at the end of the finger, it's a fingernail or the webbing. Must be the webbing, I think. He's having a look. Ouch. Gee, they hurt.
Swinging the next one. Satish just allowing him to get underneath it. But it's just one run out to deep mid-wicket. We haven't seen Abhishek on strike for a while. And often when a player has been off strike who's been batting well, it can result in their dismissal. 4 now for Satish. 7 for 90 in the 18th. Thanks to Landmark Investments, the major sponsor. Mario out there for the toss today.
Abhishek, man of the match yesterday, back on strike.
Carroll in now to him, and he knocks the ball into the onside throw by Carroll. Not bad, and if it had have hit, Abhishek was gone. But he knew he had to get the run, the field deep on that onside, and he just basically played it off the line of his pads. And Carroll was fleet of foot, Grant.
Clever player, Abhishek. I'm very impressed with him. He knows Satish. He likes this match up here with Carroll, eyeing off this leg side field.
Here's Carroll again. He's on the walk, Satish, but doesn't get one that he can get underneath. He has to slam that down to Brendan Rose behind square, but gets another run.
Good comeback by Carroll. Only 5 off so far this over. He's been given the opportunity to bowl at the death most games so far. Also been a man of the match earlier on in the tournament.
Abhishek ready for Carroll. And he swings the next one away. Clears the fielder in the deep at long on. And then gets support from Cow Corner coming around as he swatted it away.
And there's
and
that
it's 7 for 94.
And there's that 7 runs. Which, let's take a look at this. Here we go. 18 overs, 56 dots in this innings. 37 ones, 8 twos, no threes. 7 fours and just the 1 6 so far. 2 overs still to go.
One of the teams early in the tournament, I think, had 59 dots in their 20 overs. So this indicates how well the Indians have bowled. That was a nice shot by Abhishek to get 2, but Satish on strike. So they should get to 100 from here, and if they can get to 110, it gives them something to bowl at. I still think it's a bit short, though, with that strong Indian batting lineup, finding form. Satnam, Ravish.
Going back to Gruel.
Yep.
He's bowled his 3 overs for 1 for 16. This powerful right arm, fast bowler. Saunters into the crease, gathers himself, and then that very strong right-shouldered arm action.
We've still got Brendan Rose, who was outstanding yesterday to get 5 wickets to win the Man of the Match award, just over Satnam Greville, despite his 81 run out off the last ball of the innings. Oh, that is hit magnificently by Satish, but good fielding in the deep by Dubé. Hasn't been called on to bowl today as he swung across the line, getting a pace on ball, and he worked it away, but only one deserved better than that. Seven for 95. 11 balls remaining. It's the second last over. And Abhishek now eyeing the field. Been terrific once more.
So let's see what they're doing with the field. They're bringing that, they're bringing the cover sweeper up.
It's interesting, isn't it?
That is. Tempting Abhishek to go over the inner circle on the offside.
Stacked offside field inside the circle. And he gets beaten by one that's quick. Played underneath it. Fired it in. At a fair clip.
He gets beaten by one that is quick and full. So beaten by pace and length. Not tipping that over the infield.
Seven for 95. They need at least one boundary, I would have thought. And Abhishek, it's down the leg side. He comes inside it. Couldn't take it cleanly. Ravish. And they get a run, which ends up being a leg bite. Came off his apparel or his pad. They all count those. 7 for 96. Fine leg came into play then.
And so that brings Satish, the big swinging Satish, onto strike. And I think this leg side boundary, he's looking at it now. This is going to be where he's looking to hit this. And you'll see Grill stay well wide of off stump, I believe, if he gets his radar right.
He'll be going into the wind, but the wind to me not as strong as yesterday. Satish bowls. He goes long and high, and that is a magnificent blow. Lusty blow over deep mid-wicket. And he got underneath it and said whack, and he's brought up the century in style for the Mavericks. Satish, 12 off 8. 7 for 102. We've got a ball game, Grant.
Sure have. Now we have. And that was 2 straight. Bowling straight into the hitting arc, as we said. For Satish, he was eyeing this boundary off. And he'll either look to go straight or well square this time, because he must stay well outside off stump.
Satish again gets a top edge this time. Fine leg coming around. Oh, has he taken the catch?
You're
kidding! Catch of the year!
And try and catch him now. He's off. What a magnificent catch.
Clive Rose. Well, he got a top edge. It was flying, and I wasn't sure whether Rose would get around enough. But he has taken an absolute blinder behind the wicketkeeper between third man and fine leg. And catches win matches. Could have been another boundary. It's not. They're 8 for 102, and Satish out for 12. That is sensational cricket, India, and Clive Rose.
Let's take a look at this again. This replay is going to show something quite amazing. Full length to the left, and takes it.
Oh,
Diving. Stays inside the boundary. He's off. He is off. Off to the races. What a wonderful catch down there. So he's fielding at deep third man. There's a skied attempted pull shot. Goes straight in the air and a long way. Our cameraman following the ball there. Look at Grill looking at it. And that
one-handed, wasn't it?
One-handed.
That is an outstanding catch. I mean, as I said, he was just at fine leg when he took the catch because he had so much room to move, but he started, you're right, granted, deep backward third man basically, or sort of whitish third man, and it was a sensational performance to run around and get that. Look at that.
Look at
and
all
it wasn't
angles.
far away from the rope either.
Look at all the angles our great production team are giving us, and he's off. Look at him. That's how good that felt. Try and catch me, he said.
He was doing Raylene Boyle in 68 and 72 at the Olympics, off and racing. Ayush, he batted okay, a little bit high yesterday, comes in now, just losing wickets at inopportune times. I mean, that is just one of the things in the game of cricket. Outstanding catch. Got 2 for 23, Grill. Ayush will face him now, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery.
And what a difference that catch has made. That is the difference between a 120 and a 110. Because I'm feeling that the Mavericks won't get many more or even get to 110 potentially, depending on how well. And the man of the moment looks like he might be coming in to bowl the last over. Why wouldn't you give him the ball? You're lucky to get it off him. Oh, this is no, this is the medium pacer, Rose. Yeah, number 30 into the attack. He opened the bowling. Brendan Rose. So Brendan Rose is coming on. We're going to see it again. We could watch that all day and all night. Gets the top edge. Skies. It goes a long way in the air. He runs around.
Oh.
Now, he's a left-hander. I will say that, but that doesn't matter. That was just such a wonderful cricket catch.
See, you look at that, don't you? He gets a boundary. He might have got another boundary or two, so they could be 8 for 108 or 7 for 108. Rose bowls to Abhishek, who forces it. And they'll run just about off every ball who want to be on strike for most of the over. You need Ayush to just knock it around. 8 for 103 into the final over. Abhishek has been there for a long time. 33 or 45, another very handy innings in the 30s for Abhishek. There's an area there that's sort of come apart in regard to the run-up. It's quite sandy, isn't it, as we have a look at our screen, Grant?
Yeah, I noticed that live. I noticed a bit of sand kicked up. And so Brendan Rose is going to need to just adjust his See where his marker is there, Dan?
Yeah.
I'd bring my marker. Look, he's going to come on another angle, so he misses it. It won't hurt because it'll get him in close to there. He misses it in close to the stumps.
Ayush swings long and high, and luckily for him, it bounces in front of Connor, and they come back for 2.
So that 110, which at one stage, at 4 for 24 after 5, 5 for 40 after 10, and 6 for 72 after 15, you thought the 110 was even going to be a long way off. But thanks to Abhishek, the very intelligent cricketer, he's guiding his team to some sort of total.
Rose, slow one, swung long and high, he's got underneath it. That's a handy shot, but oh, what a catch, another one. They are magnificent in the field.
And look at him charging in, the energy.
Oh, they win matches, these catches.
And the little celebration clap, and they've done that before, those boys.
Yeah, they sure have. Christian Alang has taken that catch. I thought it had enough on it, but not quite. Holding out at cow corner. He got underneath it. A little bit of an off-pace delivery. And in the end, taken quite well as he skids on his knees.
At the end of the innings, the same thing you guys do on the ground, just whatever you get. So if you can head out, I'll organise those.
With 3 balls to go, the young man, Sandeep.
Just got to get bat on ball, doesn't he, Grant?
Oh, beautifully. Yes, exactly, Dan. Absolutely imperative that he gets bat on ball. Sandeep Nishad, the young man, played in the under-19s as well at the beginning of the year.
Here's Rose, and he swings in the air again. Does well. Got underneath it. Forced it long and high through deep mid-wicket. Just took the pace of it a little bit, allowing it to bounce to bring, I thought maybe Abhishek on strike, but they've got 2. Let's have a look at the previous wicket again. Yeah, it was, as I say, slightly off pace, and he got underneath it, but an excellent catch again.
Let's take a look at the reaction. He's, come on, come here quickly, come to me. I've got a handshake. Clive.
Yeah, slower delivery, and Nishad misses it. Good bowling by Rose. It's been brilliant again. 2 for 11 to give him 10 wickets for the series. And they may not get to 110. And the unfortunate thing is Abhishek has been stranded at the non-strikers end. A great catch by Clive Rose might have cost them 10 to 12 runs here. And now he swings across the line again. And it's on the bounce. They've got 1. Satnam Greville does the fielding. And I think that'll be it. 108, 9 for 108. They did defend 110 against the Canadian Wolves, the Mavericks. They've got to defend 108 now against India, who batted well yesterday. 168. But having said that, Grant, only 3 teams chasing have won matches in this tournament so far. So runs on the board has been a psychological advantage in ACL 2023, this wonderful tournament.
And just throw in the fact that it's a grand final too.
Yeah.
That 109 will, for the win's going to look a little bit higher potentially.
Well, they recovered after an horrendous start. An horrendous start. Ronnie was out the first over for a duck. Meyer out first ball for duck. Manroot coming into the team and given the second over, and he destroyed them. Shubham also made a duck, got bowled. Silverav bowled as well by Manroot, but his second over for 7, and they were 4 for 8 at that stage. Peru got 13. Greville picked him up. Danish made 20 in a good partnership with Abhishek. Shaminda run out for 10. That was an unlucky dismissal for the Mavericks when he was starting to go. Sateeth, and watch this catch. One of the best catches you will ever see in any form of cricket. Clive Rose starting at squarish third man. He's run around just to the start of fine leg and taken a great one-hander when he got a top edge to teeth, which nearly went for 4. And who knows how important that wicket's going to be. And Ayush made 2. Abhishek remained 33 not out. The best partnership, Danish and Abhishek, granted 46. And Abhishek again superb.
And gave them some type of hope. And also, and very importantly, helped them to bat out the 20 overs. So important to get to those 20 overs. At least gives them some sort of chance.
The dots, a lot of dots. Rose, 2 for 12, 12 dots. Manroop, brilliant. Into the team today, 3 for 13, 11 dots. Greville, 11 dots, 2 for 23. Doobie, none for 4 with his 9 dots. Clive Rose, none for 24, 7 dots. Alang, 9 dots, 1 for 11. And Carroll, 3 dots. So 3, 12, 19, 28, 39, 50, 62 dot balls out of 120 legal deliveries. Great effort by the Indians.
Yeah, a really disciplined display of bowling. Conditions that are good. Wicket that is coming through. It is taking a little bit of turn from the southern end, which will encourage the Mavericks spin bowlers. And a player like Abhishek, who was the man of the match yesterday, he'll enjoy bowling in these conditions.
So they need 109 to win the title, the Indian Tigers, at a run rate of 5.45. The Mavericks 9 for 108 off their 20 overs. When to start. Ronnie was out the first over for a duck. Made 2, Abhishek remained 33 not out. The best partnership, Danish and Abhishek, granted 46.
Important to get to those 20 overs. At least gives them some sort of chance.
The dots, a lot of dots. Rose, 2 for 12.
He'll enjoy bowling. Testing.
Well, India have done a great job, and it now means that they need 109 runs to win ACL 2023 in the final. Grant O'Hara, first up question, will they do it?
Look, I think they can. The reason I think they can is because there's no rush now. There's no need to get off to that really explosive first couple of overs. They can just get a feel for the conditions. It's a new wicket, so they'll get a feel for the conditions. And I think with wickets in hand, I think that's going to be a total that's a little too short.
They bowled pretty well. I mean, Manroop outstanding coming in today. They got a wicket in the first over. Brendan Rose, the top order, just not working for the Mavericks. Look, they threw the dice, didn't they? Or rolled the dice with Ronnie Chopra, not fit, and he's missed out in the last 2 matches. He was out for a duck. Solomon Meyer, the Zimbabwean international, maybe disappointed by his own standards, out first ball. Great catch. I mean, catches win matches, and they took some rivers today, India, and at the end of the day, they might look back on some of those catches and think, well, that's what got us the title.
Well, Manroop's early bowling was just outstanding. I haven't seen left arm in-swing bowling like that for a long time. Watch a lot of international cricket, and the way that he was hooping them back, and it was his first game. And so just set a standard of high quality for the bowling team. But also, it was just, you're right, it was unlucky for Ronnie Chopra, who had scored one of the high bats of the early on, but just found that just too difficult with the injury that he's taken into this game of his calf. And also Moya absolutely connected that right in the middle, but straight to the fielder, and a really good catch. So at 3 for none, practically, it was always going to be a steep climb.
They fought hard. Danish did a good job and a good partnership with Abhishek, who, as usual, Mr. Organised. Most number of runs in the tournament so far. Batted well. We know he's not a big hitter, although he did hit a couple of sixes today. Did a great job to try and get a decent score going. Shaminda joined him again. They were the two that allowed their team to get 120 yesterday, which was enough to defend against Pakistan. Then he got run out, and then it was the job of Shatith. It looked like he was going to start smacking, and Abhishek was staying with him, and then Clive Rose took a catch that we will never forget.
I've seen fewer better catches. Charging from deep third man, stuck that left hand out and took a great catch. But also I'd like to just mention Danish too, because I think the partnership between Danish and Abhishek really gave some life and some hope to the Mavericks, and have set a target that, look, it's still going to be, if wickets in hand, I think it's going to be gettable, but it's still, game alive, game on.
Well, you didn't see the fast bowlers bowl much yesterday for the Mavericks. Obviously, Nishar bowled a couple of overs early and fought back well after being destroyed by the Sri Lankans the day before. He's only a young player, so that's a good sign. We only saw Ranga bowl 1 over, and we didn't see Shatith bowl at all, and they mainly used the spinners. Do you think they'll adopt that philosophy today, Grant?
Yeah, I think they will, because it worked for them yesterday. The conditions are slightly different. We're using the middle wicket, which is a little bit faster, a little bit more in it for the quicker bowlers. But the control shown by the spinners yesterday, particularly Abhishek, who we spoke to earlier, said, look, I mainly bowl toppies or the wrong one, he called it. I keep bowling the wrong one. Yeah. He bowled the wrong one because he was getting more bounce and purchase from that. So he's a very clever player. He knows how to read conditions. So, I'm looking forward to watching and seeing what he does.
And Satnam Grewal got 81 yesterday to help guide his team into the final against the Lankan Lions. If he gets away, it could be an early finish. It's vital that the Mavericks get him out early.
Yeah, he got a great 80 yesterday, and he let loose early. A very explosive player, great on the up. As I said yesterday, he's got 2 speeds. One that he can just tap in for a single or 2 in a placement, but also the big shot that goes a long way.
But they've also got quality. 2 other very good club cricketers, or great cricketers in Brisbane. We've mentioned Ravish, had a pretty good tournament. Again, kept well today. The captain, Palombo, who played sort of the shit anchor role to Grewal yesterday, but he can certainly smack them. So they're important, and they need to get the early wickets, the Mavericks, that India got against them, to probably have any chance.
Yeah, Palombo, Carroll and Ravish all play for the same club, the Norths Cricket Club in Brisbane in Premier League.
It's the only club, Grant, isn't it?
It's the best club, without a doubt. It's running 3rd in the competition so far, but these are quality players. They're first-grade players, and they've got plenty of experience, and that's why I think they'll win today. I think they'll just bring their experience to it. They won't give the Mavericks much of a chance. Look, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go past them only a couple of wickets down.
Well, we'll wait and see. Good effort by the Mavericks after a dreadful start, losing 4 wickets before they were 10 runs. Manroot came in today and he bowled like he's been in for the entire tournament, the under-19 captain, when we had the ACL under-19 tournament up in Noosa in May. So it is 109 required by the Indian Tigers to win the tournament and win it for the first time in ACL 2023. The Mavericks, can they defend 108? We'll find out shortly here at Casey Fields. Yep. We're ready.
Okay, got it.
Well, here we go. The great big cup, the trophy in front of us there. One of these teams will be lifting it very soon. Will it be the Indian Tigers, who need 109 in 20 overs at 5.45? Or can the Mavericks do another one of those holding jobs they did yesterday to beat Pakistan, and also when they only made 110 against the Canadian Wolves earlier in the tournament, and also get the job done as the two umpires make their way out for the run chase for the Indian Tigers. A tough battle for the Mavericks. They finished at the end of their 20 overs at 9 for 108. Abhishek 33 not out. Danish made 20, but they got off to an absolute horror. Manroop in the side today with the injury to Harry Singh, grabbed 3 wickets in 2 overs, and it was a bit of a battle after that. And Grant O'Hara, it should be a fascinating next half an hour or so as India have a chance to set this game up. I want to thank Sandy and Ash, who are looking after the DJing, because I asked them for a song and they gave me a song. REO Speedwagon, Keep On Loving You. Kevin Cronin singing it, and Gary Rickrath was one of the best guitar solos I've ever heard in my life. Great hit from 1980. What a song.
And we worked out that appealed to 1.5 members of the audience. So that
you
was,
and me, yes.
Yeah, and I got the half.
You were
anyway,
sort of half interested, weren't you?
But we've got the Mavericks here that defended a low total yesterday of only 120 in a big win against the Pakistani Sultans. So they're coming off a really good defence, a really good game in the field where they took catches, they bowled well, they bowled to plans. Their spinners had a day out. Abhishek, man of the match, played extremely well. So they're thinking that they're still in this at 109, chasing. But on the other hand, we've got a very talented Indian Tigers side. A fellow called Ronnie Chopra, who's not out in the field, was batting for the Mavericks, but Grill, who scored a terrific 80 yesterday for the Tigers, so he's in terrific form. And Connor Carroll, the left-hander. Let's have a look at Satnam, Dan.
Well, he's been outstanding. Batting average of 55.5. Highest score of the tournament yesterday, 88 off 61. And he's only really had 2 hits. The other one he made 23. He's got the second most number of runs in the tournament. Abhishek leads that at the moment.
It looks like it's going to be Grill that takes strike, and they're going to, I think they'll employ a fairly attacking field. Look at Carroll. 4 matches, 4 innings, 56 runs at just 18. He's left a few out there. He got beaten by a beautiful piece of spin bowling yesterday, charging down the wicket, and he was stumped, resoundingly stumped. I spoke to him about that this morning. He realised that it just wasn't the shot to play in those conditions. But he likes the ball coming on, and he doesn't mind spin when there's a bit of pace in the wicket. And Shaminder Aranga to take up the attack. The captain.
He bowled late in the innings yesterday. We spoke earlier out on the ground in the change of innings that they mainly used spin yesterday, and it worked beautifully. Bowled tightly. And here is the battle between the second quickest bowler in the comp and the quickest bowler in the comp. Shaminder Aranga bowls to Greville, who pushes into the offside, and straight away they get a run and forces a fumble.
A nice solid start by both players. Shaminder pitching up, Gruel tapping into the covers, 1 run. Carroll be looking to get off the mark very early as well, looking for those gaps.
Had a good tournament, Shaminda, the captain. And he beats Carroll Connor. It's not taken cleanly behind the stumps, and I wonder whether it could have been a drop catch. It was dipping. We'll get a look at the replay. There seems to be a reaction that there might have been an edge.
I think he wasn't sure. He maybe an edge. They must have heard something, and then he's looking around saying, should I appeal for LBW, I think. But both the batter and the keeper beaten all ends up.
I think he's standing a bit too far back, the keeper, isn't he? Here's Aringa, and he hits Carroll Connor on the pad, who heads off, and then Aringa some fancy footwork. Peru also in pursuit, and they're up and about early.
Just checking on the keeper, Dan, is that our man who had his first game behind the stumps keeping yesterday? Coming in at a semi-final to...
Talking of songs, keep. Sherry Gunawala. He wasn't in the 11.
Could you check that, Dan? I'm just not sure. I think it is. I had a chat to him last night and just said, he said, look, my first game keeping. I said, oh, good job then.
He said, your advice was great. Beaten again, taken behind the stumps, bobbled out of the gloves, and then he grabbed it on the second attempt. Did well. This is good bowling by Shaminda, bowling accurately and beating the left-hander. All ends up again.
Maybe I should know this, Dan, but what happened to the Mavericks #1 keeper? Did you know?
Tried to find out. Solomon Meyer had slipped. Shaminda in again. He's hit on the pad. Pill for LBW. I've got a feeling that might be going down the leg side. Well,
I think the umpire said height was an issue. I was just wondering about that with the keeper, because it's going to be absolutely imperative that the Mavericks take every chance available. Pitches out, going down leg high, and swinging down leg side.
He was right across his stumps. But he's having some trouble here getting bat on board this opening over. Young Connor Carroll, he does this time, but all he can do is work it to mid-wicket, no run. And Shaminda's made a pretty good start here, as they have 108 runs to play with in their endeavours to win this final of Mavericks.
And that's a captain showing the way. That was 6 out of 6 balls right on the spot. I'd like to see the heat map on that. The wicket, it was a really good start. He's saying, come on boys, come with me. I'll show you the way. I'll keep it tight, I'll line and length. Ball off the first, run off the first ball. And no runs after that, beating the batter. And here's the young man. Here we've enjoyed Manroop coming into the attack.
And Sandeep, he just had that over where the Sri Lankans were in the zone, and he was being a young bowler, he was just a little bit unsure about how to cope with being carted all around the ground, and we had a bit of a chat to him, and I think he really appreciated, Grant, with all your experience and nous in the game, chatting to him with the help of Ronnie, of course, with his English. He's still learning that. And Ronnie Chopra was there for great support, and he bowled quite well yesterday. As they defended 120.
Sandeep Nishad also playing the under-19s up in Noosa at the beginning of the year. Bowled beautifully early. Let's see how he goes.
To Greville. Greville swings over the top. Fielder coming in. Has he taken the catch? Not quite. Couldn't quite hang on. He tumbled forward and it fell out, and it's a no ball.
I got a feeling he caught it again, but he got called no ball, I think. It was call of no ball. Let's just check.
You think he's taken it, do you?
Let's just double check. Shame. I think it's a big no
ball. Well, did he throw it away if he took the catch?
No, he caught it.
No, he did catch it. He caught it easily.
Oh,
how disappointing.
Shame.
Sateeth.
We saw a wicket off the first ball of the young man's over this morning.
Oh, how disappointing. Another front foot, no ball.
Imagine if that was a wicket. And the vital wicket of Gruel, who scored all the runs for India yesterday.
Well, that could cost them dearly. You'd hope it doesn't. And he just has to forget about it now.
Because the batters have changed ends, they get to change the field a little. The two fielders out, deep mid-wicket and deep long on.
He looks to swing this time. Connor Carroll, has he got it safe? He has. He took the pace off it a bit as it ballooned over the infield. Three fielders in pursuit. It lands safely. Again, one that was short, and Carroll swatted it away on the onside. So quarter of a no ball, Greville, none for 5 in the second over. A shot again, and he's on the back foot and steering it back to the bowler, no run.
And what a difference 2 millimetres make, maybe 3, just the overstep. None for 4, could have been 1 for 3 or less. No, actually 1 for 2, given that went for 2 runs, the free hit. And it's this little spot here, Dan. Okay, so let's work with this. We've got an area of the field that's a little difficult to run through for the medium pace fast bowler. So, yeah, so this is what we spoke to him about last night. His current plan is to bowl over the wickets. So let's problem solve. What do? Do I come around the wicket or do I run closer to the stumps at a different angle? So think this through, young man.
It is a bit of a concern, that area, as Nishad bowls again on the leg stump. Flicked away by the tall figure of Connor Carroll out to deep mid-wicket, chasing 109. India none for 6 in the second over.
You're never going to get these conditions, any conditions, to be absolutely perfect. You have to adapt, have to understand what the conditions are, and no use letting the conditions get in your head. Let's do something about it. Just run in a little closer to the stumps. Help you to go that stump to stump line anyway.
Here's young Nishad to Greville. Wide of the off stump, called a wide. He was thinking about advancing, and if he could get underneath that, he might have tried to whack that down the ground, but too wide for him to even worry about. None for 7. Landmark Investments, our major sponsor. We thank the state government for providing financial support for this wonderful tournament. Last day of it, Christmas Eve. Nishad again, he's on the move and he steers towards cover point. A bit slow to get going was Connor Carroll, but they managed to negotiate the run, none for 8. Long opening over here, 1 ball remaining in it.
And no wicket. A big difference between the two teams at the moment. The runs are fairly similar, but there's a big 0 in the wicket column so far, which could have been different had the no ball not come into play.
Good bowling by Nishad. That was a bit quicker, and Carroll on the back foot takes it high on the bat, drops it down safely, although not all that comfortably. long over this because of the no ball and the wide. Some very good batting to come. Palombo, Ravish, the skipper. Again, this is put away to the onside. The return is not a bad one as he dropped it away, with Nishad generating some reasonable pace there after the no ball, and the catch obviously not going the way of the Mavericks. It was taken, but it was a no ball when Greville holed out in the deep. So none for 9, 2 overs gone, and they need a further 100 to win from 18 overs.
Look, it's probably no such thing as the perfect execution, but if there was such a thing, then the Mavericks need to actually attempt to execute it. No balls, no drop catches, and take runouts when they're on.
Here's Shaminda. Start of the third over. None for 1 from his opening over. To Carroll, who looks to force on the onside, but played it straight to short, squarish, fine leg, no run. Sent deep as the fielder.
I think Carroll's the ideal person to have out there batting for the Tigers at the moment. He opens the batting in Premier Grade cricket in Brisbane for his club Norths, and he'll look to play straight and see out the good bowlers.
Swing and a miss, good bowling. He got beaten a few times outside the off stump at his first over. Solomon Meyer is there in slip, and just a bit too quick for him.
I think you're right there, Dan. I think it was more pace that actually that did Carroll then.
Shaminda in again. Carroll pushes into the offside. They're on alert, the fielders. They know that they cannot afford too many mistakes with just a small total to defend.
And what a quality bowler this Shaminda is. Batted well. Just looking at that corridor of apprehension.
He's hit on the pad, but going down the leg side. He's aiming for the leg side a lot, Connor Carroll. And he practices that shot, the flick off his toes. But again, it's just some very tight bowling, keeping Greville at the non-strikers in, which I'm sure the Mavericks would be happy about.
I think Carroll's just one shot away from getting out of this. He's just in a little bit of a mini form slump at the moment. He just can't get bad on the ball. One shot can change that.
Sure can. Shaminda bowls. Carroll on this occasion trying to flick that down the leg side. Well taken by the wicket keeper. Bobbling it down the leg side, but it might have nearly got past him because that had pace on it as well.
Certainly
wide.
Safe for. Certainly safe for. Ringing his finger there. That's, yeah, they hurt. Look at him. Oh, he's saying that hurt. Right on the tip of the fingers when you're taking it down leg side.
Chops the next one and manages to beat. Backward point, you're right, Grant. A little bit short and wide by Shaminda, the worst ball he's bowled so far, and he latches onto it. Backward point did everything he could inside the circle to try and stop that. Too much power and timing on the shot, and that might be the shot to get young Connor Carroll into form. Lovely boundary for the Indians. They're none for 14 in the third over.
Yeah, just a little bit short. Gave Carroll enough time to rock back and cut that through the offside field.
Shaminda bowls to Carroll, who gets one on the leg stump that he flicks off the line of the pads out to deep mid-wicket. 3 overs gone, and he'll keep the strike. 9 of 16. Greville's only faced 3 balls so far, and he was caught of a no ball. Young Nishad's first delivery Satnam Greville as he and Carroll have a chat mid-pitch.
Yeah, look, all the playing missing won't worry Carroll at all. Being a first-grade opener, it's funny to say it, but you're used to it because it's when the ball is at its newest, it's when the bowler's at their freshest, and often you're just playing and missing, but you just get that one shot and it sort of releases the shackles a little bit, and then before you know it, you're on your way. But we've got a bowling change. Peru coming on from the northern end. First sign of spin.
Well, he's one of our key players, and he didn't play yesterday. So he's taken 4 wickets, economy 7.29, strike rate 10.5, and his best figure's 3 for 11. So the pace off the ball now, after 3 overs, they need 94 of 102. The Tigers bowled well, destroyed the top order of the Mavericks. First ball he got Meyer out. Excellent catch taken at mid-wicket, and Clive Rose took one of the best catches you'll ever see late in the innings when Satis got a top edge. Nearly went for 4, and he managed to just get it at fine leg after running around from squarish third man. Took a wonderful one-hander acrobatically. Here's Peru. It's punched down the ground a long on by young Carroll. Brings Satnam on strike.
And a little bit of off-spin turn there by the left-arm orthodox, coming over the wicket to the left-hander. And now he's going to mark out his run-up, going around the wicket to the right-hander. So this will be very interesting to see what sort of turn he does get in these conditions. Gruel played from the crease yesterday and was super effective. Only when the ball was really pitched up did he go down and long.
Deep backwards square and deep mid-wicket. The only 2 out, and that ball speared onto him, and he just plays it down the ground without scoring. None for 16 in the 4th. A little bit more air, and there's a bit of excitement from behind the stumps as he looked a little bit uncomfortable and pushing that back. Beaten, and the wicket keeper had a few issues there in taking that cleanly, and he nearly clambered into the stumps. It was all over the place. He had the dancing shoes on, but he had the Dan Lonergan dancing shoes. He did get the foot back. He got beaten, and I'm not sure, yeah, well, he didn't touch the stumps with the ball or the gloves. He touched the stumps actually with his pants as he lost his footing, the wicket keeper.
I thought he was just about to tackle the stumps.
He was. But Greville, he got beaten by that one, was anchored. Now he chops it into the offside. He's just struggling a bit with this change of pace from Peru.
As a former keeper, I'm glad people are seeing that these fine athletes who are very well coordinated, you get a feel for someone who, when it doesn't come naturally to them, just how difficult keeping can be. And
extremely difficult.
Gruel able to anchor his foot back into the crease.
Peru again gives it air. Gruel beaten, attempting to go for the late cut. Again, not quite taken cleanly by the wicket keeper in Sherry. And great over by Peru, just 1 run from it. Greville pinned to the striker's end, not able to score. 4 overs gone, none for 16, but they need a wicket. Target 109 to win the title for India.
And what we learnt then, that is Gruel is far more comfortable against the on-pace speed bowling.
So this is the last over. Just on line, one was hit into the pad. And this is the one where he tried to whack out of the ground. He had the back foot anchored, and he didn't even whip the bails off Sherry. And as we said, he touched the bail on the way through, trying to keep his balance. I'm not going to cast aspersions on wicket keepers. I had one go at it. I missed the ball one day and I broke my nose.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Never did it again.
Look at this.
Grant, you've broken a few fingers, haven't you? But I think that's just the hazard of being a wicket keeper, isn't it?
Yes, and often we play with them, which isn't a lot of fun.
Rodney Marsh tells the story. I think he used to wear raw meat inside his inners when he was facing Tomo and Lilly in that 74-75 series against England.
When he'd take that and you go, oh, that hurt, but I loved it.
He was nearly on the boundary when he was keeping to them. Again, Danish now in the attack, and he's just bowling them nice and flat, and Greville's getting annoyed as he shakes his head. He's getting virtually no pace at all to hit after Carroll hit a single. And now he plays across the line, gets a bottom edge, thinks about a run. Good piece of fielding at short, fine leg.
And Greville, player that does not like to be tied down. I can feel a run down the wicket and a big shot coming soon.
Here's Danish, gives it air. Greville this time goes the big shot, Grant, because he gave him air, and that's how he likes it if he's going to get it from the slow bowlers. An opportunity to hit a big, big six with a lofted drive right over Longoff's head.
Stand and deliver. Anchors his back foot, clears his front foot, follows through, and that's a big six. You just feel that was brewing.
None for 23. He goes high again, slicing, clearing the infield. Got enough on it. Solomon Meyer will collect it a few metres inside the boundary, out of deep cover, and they get two. That wasn't quite as tossed up as the previous one, but still, he was able to get underneath it sufficiently to slash it through the infield on the offside. And now he gets a flatter delivery that once more he's trying to throw the kitchen sink at it and hardly get any connection. So 5 overs gone, they're none for 25. They need a further 84 to win. They could have lost Greville in Nishad's first ball when he was caught of a no ball. Now the Sydney Mavericks were okay run-wise, Grant. Big problem here after 5 overs, 4 for 24 compared to none for 25. So right on top at the moment, the Indian Tigers. Suhas is going to come in and join Grant O'Hara and see what the next 5 overs bring. And the final of ACL 2023, thanks to Landmark Investments.
Yeah, they're on top in terms of wickets, having not lost any wickets, but it's very much line ball in terms of runs. So if the Mavericks can pick up a couple of quick wickets, then it's all really is line ball. So Peru back into the attack after a very good first over. And Carroll drives it back.
Suhas preparing for the presentation, so
You're the man, Dan.
unfortunately, people have still got me. Here's Peru bowling, tosses it up. Carroll drives, good piece of fielding though. That was better. Our man Abhishek diving across, did well. Whitish long off.
Carroll tempted to work down the wicket there.
Need a wicket, don't they?
Yeah,
This was the thing yesterday. They got wickets at regular intervals
that's right.
to rein the Pakistanis in. They had a few more runs to play with too, which helped. Now, he looks to swing the next one, Greville. He came across, he stumps, and he's hoiked that over. Deep mid-wicket for 6. And Ash Barrow closed his eyes and must have been thinking, that was the sort of shot I used to play years ago.
Yeah, I reckon he would have been good play. Look at this, just short, too short.
Yeah.
Sat up and said, hit me, hit me, hit me. And he could have hit that anywhere in the field, basically forward of the wicket. Had he chose a square cut or the big hoik over mid-wicket square leg, and the latter proved the 6.
77 needed. Edging the next one as he again gave it air. And down to third man. If slip was there, would have been Snaffle. Generally not the case in a T20 match.
So falling outside off stump to the right-hander. Let's see what he does to the left-hander. Big cow corner, right in play for the left-hander. Carroll, very strong between long on and mid-wicket.
He's again doing his job. Carroll. Peru bowls, quicker, flatter one, pushing forward. Carroll into the offside, won't score. Meyer in the road, does the fielding. Change of pace and variation with the flatter offering then. And now Carroll uses his feet, drives down the ground and finds a boundary again through long off. Again, a little bit more air, and Carroll was determined to take him on. That's a lovely shot by the youngster.
Used his feet. That's what we get taught to do in Australia. Get down to the pitch of the ball. And as long as you do get to the pitch of the ball, which is exactly what he did then, was able to chip it over mid-off and down for 4.
Do you remember Dean Jones at his best when he was on the move? Only played 50 tests, Dean Jones. Should have played more. Fell out with Bob Simpson, which used to annoy me that you might be good enough to be in the side, but you fall out with people. I still think that there's room in a dressing room in a sport like cricket. I mean, footy's different. There's more of them, AFL footy and even rugby league. The face score after the first 6 overs, the Mavericks were 4 for 26. Better next 9, 2 for 46. And the last 5, 3 for 36. The Tigers have made a great start, none for 37. Greville 18, Carroll 16. And they've brought Nishad back on after he just had the unfortunate circumstance of having Greville caught in the deep off a no ball. But he was okay for the rest of that over.
And it's learnings like that he'll never forget, because he'll say to himself, I'm not overstepping again in my first over for the rest of my career, because it's cost me a wicket.
Sharp bowls to Greville, who plays this close to the body. Wasn't far away from the field of a deep gully then. Got him on the bounce, and then it took a bit of an unkind bounce once it got to him. Knocked away off his shoulder and they get a run. But he played that close to the body. Good start by Nishad. None for 38 in the 7th.
Yeah, I think the young bowler will be much happier at this northern end. There's slightly downhill. That breeze that's coming from the southeast, so that's right to left across your screen.
Here's Nishad again, round the wicket. Bowls to Connor Carroll, who pulls the next one, a shortish delivery. Out to deep mid-wicket for another run. He's got 17 off 23. Greville 19 off 16.
I really like Nishad's sort of pre-delivery stride. He sort of runs in smoothly, then it's a little spring and then coils into his bowling, and it's a really nice action.
The young man bowls to Greville again, and it may have got the bottom of the bat. The keeper not able to quite take it cleanly. It didn't. It's a bye. Kept a bit low. He did okay to ensure it didn't get past him too much then, Sherry, the keeper. But he conceded a few byes yesterday, concedes another one there as well.
And now he's rubbing his leg. He's going to need an ice bath at the end of this. He's got the finger now and the leg, which he has got a dead leg then when the ball cannon into his left leg.
Here's Nishad around the wicket. Bowls to Carroll, who had a swing and a miss, and once more was a fumble by Sherry, allowing another bye. I will say this, the Mavericks have done mighty well, considering, with the greatest respect to Sherry Gonawala, they don't seem to have a recognised wicketkeeper. And he has said that, he's been honest about that.
And he's absolutely trying, you know what, I've got a feeling he'll give the gloves away and say, I've enjoyed that, but that's it for me, I'm hanging up the gloves.
I don't want to see another pair ever again. Nishad bowls now to Greville, but he hangs on to that one. Sherry, as he was looking again to Dab, and played across the top.
Oh, he's a great young fella too. I had a good chat to him last night. He said, that was my first time. And I went, oh, okay. And what a baptism of fire on a wicket that was turning and sometimes keeping low. And
the Shard bowls, and that's right on line. Greville just turns into the onside. No movement of the feet. The young man does well there. Just 3 runs from the bat, 2 byes. You happy with that? None for 42 from 7, and after missing out on a wicket with his first ball due to a front foot no ball, I reckon he needs to be applauded for putting that behind him and bowling pretty well since.
So the total run rate required is 5.4, and they're currently on 5.1. So they've just got things well in hand. And the experience of this team will ensure that plan A is to have wickets in hand when they need them towards the end, because that's what happened yesterday. That's what happened yesterday to the Pakistani side. They kept losing wickets, which just kept ensuring that there was dressing room pressure on the new batter coming in. And it was too much in the end.
Sarteeth into the attack now. Bowls to Carroll. And he does well to force that over the top. Too loose. And unfortunately for the fielder at deep backward point, that was too fine for him. And that was the loosener, which was right in the hitting zone for young Carroll. Just starting to find his range now. As Grant said, put it so eloquently and beautifully a couple of overs ago, he just netted a boundary and played a lovely cut shot since then. He's doing a good job, as this time he's pinned to the crease. Good delivery by Satish, good fight back, and he turns it straight to short straight mid-wicket, no run.
I think there's a no ball. I hear the third umpire. And Satish has to just wait for a moment because we're going to check.
Well, I reckon he might have been okay there, that one. Let's have a look at... No, we're looking at from behind. It's always a bit harder, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I'm happy with the benefit of the doubt going to the bowler.
Yeah,
Doesn't happen that often.
You've always been a great believer with the reviews, which I think we need. They've been good for the game. If you're looking for something you think might be there and you're having to look at it ad nauseum, it's not there. It's not definitive enough to be there.
Let's see. A decision pending, coming down. No, play on. Good call. Good umpiring.
This is the 8th over, none for 45. Sarteeth bowls to Connor Carroll, who forces up on the offside, again on the back foot. Playing well, 21 of 27. Greville at a run of ball, 19 of 19, now the highest run scorer in the tournament. Helped by that outstanding 88 of 61 yesterday, which is the highest score individually of the tournament as well. One of a number of half centuries. Ball peel for LBW. Got a feeling it might be going down the leg side because he come across his stumps then. But anyway, they're going to come back for 2 here. And Sherry is saying we've got to go. We've got to go and have a look at this. He did this yesterday, getting quite animated, the wicket keeper, and they are going.
Yeah,
even though they ran 2.
I think this is close. I do think it's close. If anything's sliding down leg, but let's just see where it pitches. In line.
Yeah, I think it's going down leg. He was well across, wasn't he, Grant? And I reckon it's hit the left pad, the one furthest to the leg side.
It was well across. He's well across, but I'm giving this out.
You are?
Yep.
Thought it straightened up sufficiently?
Yeah, I was just wondering to see if it was pitched outside leg. No, it pitches around middle. The heights are definitely low, and so the height there's no issue around height. So the only line is the only issue. So is this where it pitches? It pitches middle, and that's out. That's out every day of the week in my book. And I'm a Connor Carroll fan.
I know you are. You love him.
Oh, it has pitched outside. Looks like it's pitched outside leg.
It has. It has. So Teeth was pretty keen. Not out.
Not out.
Wow.
And they survive.
Gee, and there's no more reviews now for the Mavericks. You only get one. What a good umpire this fella is.
He's a beauty.
Ash Burrows. We had to watch it about 5 times and I still didn't think it pitched outside leg, but once you put the guide in.
Yeah, pitching. Yeah.
And his disposition doesn't change, does it? I mean, he just has everything under control. When you've umpired a lot of cricket at a high level, which Ash Burrows certainly has, you're the man for all occasions. So Teeth in again. Knocked away, around the corner for 1. It means they should get 2 because he took the pace off the shot, played that superbly, allowing 2 because the fielder was camped right on the boundary and had to make about 15 or 20 metres in. That is terrific play by Carroll. None for 49 in the 8th.
Oh, boy,
and the luck not going with the Mavericks wickets-wise so far, Grant.
Yeah, but going the way of Connor Carroll. That's a couple of close calls he survived now. And you need some luck when you bat.
Had a great tournament, this young man. It's the Teeth bowls to him. Hit on the pad this time. That, to me, looking at that with the naked eye, was a little bit closer than the previous one. But Ash Barrow said not out. Are they going upstairs?
They
it's a
can't.
lead by.
Well, they can't, Dan. They've lost
Oh,
their
they
review.
can't? Of course they can't. No.
Yeah, they've had their one review and it was knocked back. Again, Burrows. Let's have a look. Yeah, pitched well outside leg. Another good decision.
Another one. Yeah, brilliant.
The other one was outside leg. That certainly was.
Even though it hit him on the back pad, that's where it pitches. You're right.
And you can see the umpire just takes a bit of heat out of it for the players. Just a simple explanation, mate. It's just outside leg. They've gone righto.
Got their 50 up to in the 8th over. They're cruising at the moment to win that title on the big cup, which continues to look at us.
Let's have a look. I think this is well up there. Look at that. The other one was line ball, but that was well outside leg. So
even though, of course, as I said, it did hit that back pad, but it's where it pitches. Battling away here, the Mavericks, but just not able to break the partnership at the moment. Things not going their way. And even when they were starting to mount a challenge with the bat after losing those early wickets, which put them right on the back foot, they then lost some key players when they were beginning to have an impact, such as Shaminda and Satish to that great catch by Rose. Catch of the tournament, one of the best catches we'll see in cricket all year, I reckon. And in the words of Ian Molly-Meldrum, do yourself a favour, have a look at that. Unbelievable catch as this first ball of a new over is driven down the ground by Carroll.
Tigers need 58 off 71, well under a run of ball. No wickets lost. Some close calls. They're lucky not to have any wickets lost, but that's the case. As we approach the 10th over.
And for those listening to us around the world who don't know who Ian Molly-Meldrum is, he's the music guru in Australia who has devoted his career to being one of the great music journalists, music promoters, and hosted a television show in Australia called Countdown, where he made making mistakes and umming and ahhing an art form in TV presentation. Very short, whacked away, and Grewal said, that is money for jam for me. Peru, poor delivery. A virtual half-tracker, and for Satnam Grewal, that is as easy a boundary as he's likely to hit in the entire tournament.
Dragged down, could have hit it anywhere, and did. Cleared the field, and now I sense a momentum adjustment or shift well and truly in favour of the Indian Tigers now. Let's have a look at this for Grewal. The Mavericks 23 off 20 against the Lions. 88 off 61. The Kangaroos 23 off 21 and didn't bat against the Phantom and the Sultans.
Yes, most runs in the tournament from 3 innings. Push down the ground to long on for just 1. Haven't seen Abhishek yet. Who batted well, was the one that allowed them to get past 100. Just didn't get enough support, unfortunately.
And if I was Abhishek, I'd be getting myself on now because he's their real strike weapon.
Gives this air. Connor Carroll does well to play it off the line of his pads. Virtually whip it off his toes. And down to long on. Runs coming easily now.
And these two batters are going to take responsibility for the innings. You can just feel it.
None for 57. Greville square drives into the covers. I think he was slightly unsure where that ball had gone. He was hoping it would go down to long off. But he got an outside edge. No run. Flatter ball pulled along the ground in front of square at the young Sandeep Nishad. Races in off the boundary, another run.
And that was the feature of his batting yesterday. He, as I said, I thought he had 2 speeds. That one, where he just works the field for 1s and 2s, and the power hit, like the other shot that we saw on the over. So having a look now, he's ahead of schedule at 25. He's got the best batting average. So here are the best batting averages for the tournaments, Dan.
Yes, Satnam Greville 68 for the Indian Tigers. Priya Deshana from the Lincoln Lions 49. Scott Palumbo 47.5. Had an important night out in the victory to get them going in the tournament. Early days, Malith Kure 46 for the Lincoln Lions and Abhishek Bajaj, Mr. Reliable 40 for the Sydney Mavericks. Here's Satish. Bowls a slow one, he's bowled him. The slow one is completely befuddled Satnam Greville. And they've got their first wicket. They need plenty more, but could that ignite the team in Apricot?
Well, we didn't see that coming. Good ball. Very good ball. Teeth, 1 for 6. I think did him on pace and certainly did him on length because he got bowled. Let's take a look and see if it does anything. So it's full. Looks to push it on the onside.
He was nearly through the shot, wasn't he, Grant?
Yeah, he was. He should have played that too early, which maybe there's a little pace taken off that 25 off 24. He's had a good tournament. He should be very happy with himself. Gruel, 1 for 58. Target 109. Captain Ravish Srivastava comes out. These two players are clubmates for their clubs, Club Northern Suburbs in Brisbane, playing in the Premier Queensland Cricket Competition.
Yeah, certainly the slow one. It was a great delivery and clips off stump.
In a really unusual shot, he sort of, I think it was because he had decided it was going onside. A ball pitched on and outside off stump. Goes to shame, batting. Here one day, gone soon after. Just a little loss of concentration. Let's take a look at his series. What was that there, Dan?
Strike rate 118.07. 1/2 century. Starting to find some form, Ravish. And he gets one down the leg side. It's well taken. That was a magnificent take. Might have been his best take. Big Sherry Gunawala. Brilliant take down the leg side.
What do you define a take? Do you have to catch it or do you just stop it?
I reckon stop it.
All right, it's best stopped so far.
In his situation because of the fact that he hasn't had a lot of experience.
Okay. No, I'm good with that. I'm very good with that. Anything that saves boundaries.
1 for 59. It was a wide. It's the teeth again. And Ravish driving into the offside.
I tell you, he's got a big job. his laundromat because he's got the, we used to say, get down, get your creams dirty. Well, that was a long time ago with no coloured clothing, but the ice bath and the laundromat are going to get a workout.
Sateeth striding in again and defending from the crease is Ravish. Now, when you played, and as you said, it was white clothing, was it just one set or did you have two?
Oh, no, I had a couple of sets, yeah. You had to get the grass stains out of them. And
10th over, 1 for 59. Landmark Investments, our major sponsor. Again, he pushes down the onside. And there's no mid-on. So, short straight cover was actually following the ball, chasing after the ball. And Srivastava gets his first run. 1 for 60.
Superstitious. A lot of cricketers very superstitious. I always had a favourite pair.
You did?
Yeah, I thought I'd always
and you wore them most weeks?
To play well in that, favoured pair. Are you superstitious?
Not really.
Oh, cricketers, they can do our heads in with our superstitions.
I'm eccentric. Here's Satish around the wicket to the left-handed Connor Carroll, who drives down the ground. It's over-pitched. A chase, fall long off. He does well to pick that up. Acrobatic save. Whether he needed to do that, I'm not sure. But they come back for two.
He's a lovely drive down the ground. Lovely driving down the ground. Carroll's now finding his feet. These two will be saying to each other, let's see us through. Let's get to 15 overs together and reassess.
Sateeth to Carroll. It's in the air, but away from Sateeth and eventually rolls down to long off, who was a bit slow to get moving. And I reckon Carroll vaguely had in his mind, could we take it on, as he took the pace off the shot, but they didn't. 1 for 63 after 10.
Let's take a look at the worm well in front now. The Indian Tigers, having only lost the one wicket, that's the main difference. 4 wickets had gone down around the 10 over mark. At the same time, the Mavericks were 5 for 40. 5 for 40. Tigers need 46 runs off 60 balls. Well under the run of ball now.
See, if one of these two goes out, you've got Palombo to come in.
And to be fair, we haven't seen the lower order tested from the
really.
Tigers, because the top 6 have done well.
Certainly not after the first game. Now, I'm not sure whether the inclusion today, Yash Pendeka will bat, because he seemed to put the webbing in his hand when he dropped the catch. One of the rare errors they made in the field, the Indians.
And I hear he's had a little trip to the hospital to get some stitches potentially.
Just driven down the ground. Danish bowling. We haven't seen Avishek yet. And it's 1 for 64. Carroll 29 off 36, setting his team up nicely. Struggled a bit early, then played a lovely cut shot. Find the gap 3 point, and from then on his innings has blossomed. Done his second highest run scorer today in the Mavericks, 108. Gives it flight, and it dips, and it's knocked into the onside. Latter ball, steered. Into short cover, no run.
I don't think you'll see anything extravagant from Ravish here. I just think he'll tap it around, play each ball on its merits.
Right situation for him.
Perfect.
Ends up being a low full toss. And he turns it into the waiting arms, rolling it to mid-wicket. No run. Well, that was a quicker ball. Forced him to go back and jam down on it. Well bowled. Well played though by Reviso. 11 overs gone, 1 for 64. They need 45 to hoist that magnificent cup to end ACL 3 2023. And India right on top after the Mavericks made 9 for 108 of their 20 overs. I'll step out, and Suhas, he's going to step in.
Yeah, looks well in hand, doesn't it, for the Indian Tigers? I'd certainly much rather be standing in their shoes than the Mavericks at this point in time. But a couple of quick wickets can change things. We've seen it happen a number of times so far in the tournament. Teams looking like they're cruising, then all of a sudden it changes and shifts very quickly. Hello, Suas. And that had a fair bit of pace on it. And our poor keeper now, he's got both gloves on the ground. He's saying, just hold on a minute. He's wringing his right hand and he's holding it down. And that hurts. It really, I can't explain how much that does wring your fingers, but it does. It's almost like a hammer, a short hammer blow to your top of your fingers, and particularly at that speed. Now he has to try and he's going to step back a couple of paces. I can't understand why Abhishek's not bowling. I would have had him on himself on really early overs because he bowled so beautifully yesterday and he made the difference. And now he's still wearing the 11th over, he's not bowling. Hey, first game yesterday, because I had a chat to him last night.
I was trying to be gentler.
Yeah, no, we've already mentioned it about 5 times. We're trying to find an understanding about what he's going through.
Inside out, beautiful stroke. Carroll just eased it over extra.
And that's a delightful shot there by Connor Carroll. Just over pitching slightly, foot down the wicket, follow through over cover.
Yes, until he makes contact.
2 bounces, 4. Yes, that's exactly right. So that's a feature of his batting. It's minimalist. Still moves his feet, but he just beautifully balanced, anchors his back foot, and now they've pushed mid-off back to deep mid-off.
That's the problem. They don't have that much of a cushion. The Sydney Mavericks, they pulled off a heist yesterday versus the Pakistani Sultans. They still had 120 on the board today. That target is deflated more so. Slower delivery. Carroll's got some control in hitting this down the ground. Carroll's have some control. Carroll's having some control hitting it down on the ground.
And that's the end of the over. 1 for 19 is the teeth of his 3 overs. Target 109. Match summary. Mavericks 9 for 108. The Tigers in well in control at 1 for 74. 35 runs of 48 balls, but it's the wickets in hand that are certainly suggesting its advantage. The Indian Tigers. Danish to take up the attack.
Yesterday was picking wickets for fun. Today wickets have been difficult to come by.
Yeah,
If you also see the pattern of run chase between the two sides, India and Pakistani Sultans, is that the Indian top orders assume more responsibility.
And a different wicket too makes a fair change in the outcome.
How does it feel from a Sydney Mavericks point of view? 2 back-to-back collapses with the bat in hand. And today they considerably had a stronger side as well.
Oh, not very good. Not very good, because you're trying to put a complete game together, and that's batting, bowling, fielding, isn't it? So whilst they've fielded,
Oh, this one was sharp.
whilst overall they've fielded well and bowled, I think I've been very impressed with their bowling. Their bowling unit's been very strong, but yeah, it's the batting. And it doesn't hurt when you've got injuries, and then you try to play Ronnie Chopra when really he couldn't run, but he's got a great eye, so you go out there and you go and do your best. Then it looks like you bring your reserve keeper in, and he's done a great job, given he's only 2 games into his keeping career.
It's not easy to keep to spinners, especially because you really have no time to react. As simple as that, and on tracks that are turning makes it even difficult. You saw how much in trouble he was, Sherry, the keeper, when the batter started obscuring. He didn't even touch the ball, but those went for byes yesterday. It's not an easy task, Grant.
No.
You would know it better.
Yeah, no, it's in a lot of ways it is quite fun, because it's a real test of your skill level.
It's mentally taxing too. And on top of that, you're supposed to speak and keep speaking. Be the third commentator, perhaps, in this setup.
That's right.
The unwritten rule of a chirpy keeper.
That's right, yeah. You're right in the centre of things. That's why keepers love it. Look at he's even out there now. I'm just watching. He's saying, come on, guys, keep the energy up, keep the energy up. He's raising his hands.
And there's your man,
Right.
Abhishek Bajaj, 2 for 14, his best. Economy 5.3. He picked up 4 wickets into his 5th game now.
And he comes on the bowl at over 14. That just surprises me a little bit. He's chosen the southern end. He bowled beautifully from yesterday. He's got this, it's only a slight southeasterly breeze today, nowhere near as strong as it was yesterday, so he won't get as much assistance.
That patch has come off. He's putting it in like a puzzle. That's a spot of concern.
Certainly the slower ball can navigate himself away from it.
A very quiet innings from the Indian skipper. That's also because Carroll scoring runs at a good pace. 31 of 42 is straightforward it's a straightforward chase for the Indian Tigers at this stage. Unless they decide to commit harakiri, it's Indian Tigers' trophy to win.
And I think Carroll will look at a milestone. He'll say, I want to get 50. And then the next big one, I want to be here. Hopefully, I'd like to hit the winning runs.
Irenga's captaincy tested once again. Oh, well. Losing his rhythm. Abhishek Bajaj We all know that he takes his time with the bat in hand. He takes his time with the ball too. He's not really happy with... I think he's not really happy with the run-up. Ashley Barrow now wants to have a word. Is Ashley asking, do you want to change ends? Tell your captain. If you want to change sides, ball from round the wicket, that's your call.
Yeah. Imagine leg spin's hard enough when you can glide through. I've tried it a couple of times and I'm just hopeless. Take my hat off to these guys that can do this. And he bowled a lot of wrong-uns and toppies.
Oh, he's got a good
yesterday.
I just got a feeling sometimes, even yesterday, even though he was bowling terrifically well, sometimes he was getting a little too predictable because of the pace of the ball. He needs to increase that pace sometimes and add a skidder in this format of the game.
How old would he be, Suez, do you think?
24, 25.
Yeah, they don't really mature till late 20s, 30. So there's probably another 4 or 5 balls at least he's going to add to his repertoire, given how good he is against in the next 3 or 4 years.
I'll tell you what, if you're bowling leg spin in Melbourne, Melbourne's ruminated a lot of leg spin because the legends from here.
Just slipping off that.
So he's just saying he's okay, I think, to get through here. He's going to go between the umpire and the stumps and go around the wicket to the left-hander. Predicting a wrong one first up. Wrong one? Yep. Or toppy, whichever way.
Didn't come onto the bat. I think it's about keeping Carroll on strike. Then Abhishek can have a good run-up.
And I think I don't think you bowl a leg spinner to him at all, because that will be right into the cow corner wheelhouse of Carroll.
He has to keep it further away. Or ball that full. Second run's not on, and Indian Tigers do not require to take an additional risky second run.
That's right, or bowl full.
What do Sydney Mavericks do at this stage? Because this partnership is quietly prospering, and that's all India require at this stage. From the back of the hand. 2 easy runs here. Solomon's got a good throwing arm. Now his performance with the bat in hand has also been a point of concern for the Mavericks, but they've got thus far. 82 for 1 in 14.
Have you got the presentation all sorted out, Suas?
All sorted out.
This is my last stint with you, I think, for the whole tournament. And can I say what a great honour and pleasure it has been to work with you again. I mean it when I say I learn something from you all the time. I believe you'll easily be the next great Harsha Bhogle of Indian cricket. You've already done a lot of international crickets at lower levels, and it just seems to come so naturally to you.
Thank you so much, Grant. It's always a pleasure working with you. I just would be fine being me. A lot of banter whenever you were on comms. Unavoidable. And then, of course, there's Dan, whom I consider the voice of ACL.
Absolutely.
He's been there since inception, if I'm not wrong. And Dan, somebody who also ensures that you walk away richer in terms of your vocabulary the Aussie way.
I agree. He is such a character. I used to listen to him when I was even younger. The crosses all over Australia. Used to work at the WACA ground, and they'd say, let's cross to Dan Lonigan, an update on the score of Queensland versus Western Australia. And I hear his dulcet tones.
Nothing's changed, right? From there to now?
Not
That's
at
a little
all.
more hair on the head, that's it. Nothing's changed.
Not at all.
Dan will cheekily
The
say nothing inside
ultimate
there.
consummate professional. He comes with a book full of notes. And it's one thing having the notes and one thing having the knowledge, but then he remembers it all as well, which
The dance cyclopedia.
certainly helps me.
I think that's what works in this commentary panel too. 3 contrasting characters adding variety to the listeners. That's hit really, really hard. Puru with the throw. Gets it on the bounce. 2 more runs taken.
And good running, and these two are good mates.
Good ball. Wicket to wicket, quicker. Danish is definitely quicker than Abhishek. In terms of the delivery itself, not just that actually, in terms of finishing the over too.
Yes. And Carroll looking so relaxed now after going through a difficult period. He could have lost his wicket a couple of times, but for the young players watching, most innings you go through some difficult patches, but you can come out of them with just 1 or 2 shots. And they'll look for 2 here, and I think they'll get them in and out quickly.
Yeah, 1 for the shot, 1 for the throw. Good running between the wickets. Once again, 15 gone, 89 for 1.
And at the same time, 6 for 72. The Mavericks, so the Indian Tigers have this well in hand. They need 20 off 30, and I'll hand over to the great man.
Now 1 to 6, the Mavericks were rocked. 26 for 4. Tigers didn't lose a wicket. 7 to 15, they accelerated. And that's exactly why in the last 5 overs, 20 required. I'm Suhas Vedam alongside Dan Lonergan. Straightforward.
Very straightforward. It's been a professional performance from the Indian Tigers. I dare say they would have been worried after the first game, but, well, they didn't seem to be too worried outwardly, were they? As Scott Palumbo is doing what Marnus Lavashane always does.
If he can do that, imagine what he can do with the full face of the bat.
Correct. He's just playing with the ball on the edge of his bat.
Shaminda, Nishad, Puru, Danish, Satish, Abhishek. A lot of bowling options as always. He used 8 yesterday, Shaminda. Today, including him, he's almost used similar number of people, but the wickets haven't come by.
I agree with Grant. Abhishek should have been used more. He turned the game yesterday with Ayush bowling that very interesting loopy style, which was a stilted action, but the Pakistanis just couldn't read him.
Oh, didn't hit it from the part of the bat he wanted, but still gets 4. How can you catch the wrong bus and still get home?
I've done that. I've caught the wrong bus and still got home. I said, Mum, come and get me.
Oh, this is incredible. So many runs to the face of the bat. He's bored of that. He wants it from the back of the bat now.
Yeah, that just indicates it's not your day and it is the other team's day. Yeah.
That's the wrong one from the batter.
Or the wrong one, as Abhishek would say.
The wrong one. Even Rashid Khan says that. The wrong one.
The wrong one.
Yeah, it's I think the wrong one's also an addition to the Aussie slang book then.
Yeah. Grant has just said wicket keeping's not for him. That's been a bit of an issue. I mean, they don't seem to have a frontline keeper, but they've done well to get to the final even without a frontline keeper.
If Grant leaves a piece of pizza to come and tell you in between that session, then it is important. Connor Carroll's on 48, and what an innings it's been. It's just the kind of innings that the Indian Tigers require in a grand finale, knowing that they're chasing not a big total. And Dan, he was allowed to take his time as well.
Yes. And he belies his lack of years. Mind you, he's played a fair bit of cricket and played it pretty well.
Good running and a good throw as well. Didn't take time to recover. The way Indian Tigers have neutralized a threat called Puru. Not giving him wickets, knocking the ball around, poor ball presented, smashing it away.
Well, that just indicates what a great win it was again by the Mavericks yesterday without Peru. They didn't have him in the side to add some valuable runs with the bat when they were in trouble and to bowl later when they used all those spinners. Ooh, popped up a bit, didn't it?
The surface has a little bit for the spinners for sure. Even India had to take big calls. No Harry, suddenly. Someone who bowled brilliantly yesterday up until his injury.
They've done really well, India. It does help that Clive Rose can come in as a replacement player. And they had Josh Taylor, the Gloucestershire one day and T20 player who makes runs quickly.
And of course, Puru finishes his quarter of 4. No wickets to show. 16 overs gone, 95 for 1.
But I still think the Mavericks have done a very good job. I mean, they could have lost their way yesterday when the Sri Lankans destroyed them on Friday with a magnificent effort, winning by 129 runs and put their net run rate well in the negative. And then they found a way yesterday, so they showed great self-belief. As we mentioned, without Peru in their side, one of their key players. But today, losing all those wickets early, they were shell-shocked. And they needed another 15, 20. And just when you look like maybe they could get them, Clive Rose has taken one of the greatest catches you ever likely to see in any form of cricket. Oh, play of the tournament.
14 to get, 24 balls.
Catch it!
Two flighted. Vasu has struggled for a single.
The idea was the other thing was having him might turn a bit more and maybe, but Ravish is too clever for him. He might think, well, I'll have a go at that and slice it away in the air, but he got his foot to the pitch brilliantly.
There's something that's troubling Abhishek. It's clearly something, and it's not the scorecard.
First time in the tournament. He normally just doesn't worry about anything too much, just gets on with it and does his job. Got to get to my thank you soon too, Suhas. Thank you for just putting up with me, mate.
Absolute pleasure.
I'm as mad as a cut snake, but you put up with me. Grant.
Learning to put up with you.
Yeah.
The comps.
Grant was very nice to me. I mean, he doesn't have to be nice. And this is going down the ground looking for his 50. He gave it air, Abhishek, and he gets his 50 the best possible way with a powerful drive down the ground. Well done, Connor Carroll. You had a great tournament, son.
A half century in the grand finale. What better way to put your team ahead? 100 comes up for Indian Tigers too, and they've roared their way to 100. Someone please put a sticker on that bat. You can't leave that cricket bat naked.
Well, he had Gray Nichols early in the tournament.
Mind that, Sunny.
He's got such good wrists and he's in murderous mood. It's going to be another boundary. Carroll's in a hurry to finish it off.
I wasn't sure he got all of that, and I thought he might have nearly been yorked, but he got enough of it to race along that boundary for 4.
The whip that he generates from the wrist and the bat.
Yes, I just want to say that it's been a pleasure working with Grant. I've learnt so much. He's one of the most positive people I've ever had the pleasure of working with. He has a solution for everything.
Has he found the gap once again? Work to do for the fielder in the deep. 2 more taken.
just about got their hand on this magnificent trophy, the Indians, for the first time. Starting to smile, the crowd, large portion of them Indian supporters, who after the first day, no doubt they were worried, but that was a long time ago. A day's a long time in T20 cricket, a week is an eternity.
Can Carroll shine? He's gone for the shot. There is a man in the deep. It's one of the best. Sandeep, with a ball in hand, has taken a terrific catch. That ball was travelling. Someone who holds himself in high standards. Young Sandeep Nishad has completed the catch and delayed an Indian win.
Gee, didn't he make that look easy? That was travelling and he was on the fly and he just held onto it like shelling peas. Gave it a bit of air and he's certainly going for it with his ability to play these big drives on the onside. So 3 runs needed. Well played, Connor Carroll. 58 off 59. Yet another fine half century in the tournament. And he has been a wonderful inclusion in this team. When he came in the second game and was able to start turning the game their way against the Perth Phantoms, when they looked to be in real trouble after being thrashed in the opening encounter against Pakistan. The Perth Scorchers, the Perth Phantoms were 10 overs, 1 for 70, and you thought India, the tournament, was just starting to slip away, but from then on, and Connor Carroll bowled very well. Yeah, he's been terrific. They started to turn things around and have a look back. So Solomon Meyer played Test cricket, one-day cricket, T20 internationals for Zimbabwe.
And the Indian Tigers will have a Christmas to remember because of Carroll. 3 to win.
You've been thinking of saying that, have you?
Nah, it just flows.
It flows, does it?
Inside out. Work to do for the man in the deep. 2 more taken, scores a level. The captain who's guided this team through thick and thin is on strike. And perhaps 1 strike away from lifting the trophy for the first time at the Aussie Cricket League.
Relaxed disposition. Nothing seems to have phased him or worried him even when they lost the first game.
Extra bit of bounce, but he did have an answer to it, but not a single. Nicely negotiated. Solomon has decided to call the entire squad if required to be inside the 30-yard circle to try and stop the single.
He's got to bowl well here. He doesn't want to give him one to hit. There's no protection.
Full toss at a comfortable height, slapped away with ease and elegance. The captain hits the winning runs and it's the Indian Tigers who roar the loudest. They stood with each other through every trial, and when the chances came, they held on to it. It's a team that'll be mighty proud of itself for what it's achieved in this week. This is how cricket is played, and the Tigers have shown it to the world.
Well, they didn't get going in the first game, but they got going from then on. We mentioned earlier that they were on the ropes, I reckon, when the Phantoms were 1 for 70 after 10 overs. Pakistan had beat them easily in the first game. They got bowled out for under 100. And then, helped by Connor Carroll coming on and getting important wickets, they managed to winkle out the Phantoms for 122, passed that target, won their next game easily, batted well in the semi-final thanks to Satnam Grill with his 88 off 61, and then were far too good for the Mavericks, who were in trouble when they lost early wickets. Every time they brought a new player in, and today Harry Singh was out injured. Josh Taylor from Gloucestershire also out injured. Manroop Singh got his chance to star in the under-19 tournament that was played up in Noosa in Queensland in May, and he came in and got 3 wickets early. And Grant O'Hara, when they were able to replace their players, They had roles to play and they all played them to perfection. After the first game, when they decided, okay, we might just have to change our personnel a bit, and it worked a treat.
Somehow when you're in a tournament play and you've got expectations, you think you've picked a good side and you've got 4 bases covered, then you go and lose your first game.
Yep.
Sometimes that can be good.
You think so?
Well, I think in this case it was, because it meant that they had to go and reassess, have a good look at themselves, maybe change a few things up, and then they just built beautifully then through the tournament. They won the next game well, they won the rest of the games, they won all the games since the first game very well. So I think it might have been to their advantage to actually have that, and they've worked with it, and they have just been a comprehensively better side than the rest, as it turns out, in the tournament.
You could probably look at the Mavericks. They won their first 2 games when they posted a big score against the Afghanistan Eagles, and then defended a low score when they beat the Wolves. Then they were thrashed by Sri Lanka, and you thought, well, gee, they're in trouble against Pakistan. What's their psyche going to be like? And they were able to regroup, weren't they, and get over the line against Pakistan. So a loss can certainly help a team, can't it?
Yeah, if you learn from them.
Correct.
If you don't learn from them, then you don't really get much benefit out of it. But that's the beauty of our game, cricket, and the beauty of sport. Look at Harry there. Let's take a look at the cards.
Well, the smoke machines are up, and we're about to have the closing ceremony and the award presentations and that massive cup which the Indian players will get to hold in a minute. I reckon the whole team will need to lift it. Well, chasing just 109, Grewal got 25. He was caught of a no ball early, and he was able to make the Mavericks pay. Carroll outstanding, 58, dismissed at the end. He's a good young player, and you get it right every time, Grant. That's why you're one of the best to work with, because you said he needs a boundary. He needs a nice shot to get going, and he did, and from then on never looked back. And of course, Ravish was there again with 17 not out.
Thanks for that, Dan. And let's have a look at the partnerships. Grewal and Carroll put on 58, and that was a big difference, wasn't it? Because the Mavericks lost 3 quick wickets early. And,
yes.
Shivastava came in and did his job as a captain.
Well, Shaminder none for 7. Nishad none for 10. Did okay after, and we've said it a few times, you'd be crestfallen when you think that you've got a key player out, but it's a no ball, and he had Grewal caught in the deep, but he fought back well. None for 10 from 2 overs for the youngster. Peru, none for 27. Danish, none for 21. Just wasn't an easy day for the spinners today after they bowled beautifully yesterday. Satish, 1 for 19 at 10 top balls. Abhishek, 1 for 15. And Meyer, none for 6, bowled at the very end when the game was all over.
Let's take a look at the match summary. So the Mavericks, after their 20 overs, 9 for 108. Abhishek again the top scorer. And the Tigers, 2 for 112. Carroll top scoring with a 58 of 59. I've got to say, Dan, if Abhishek wasn't the captain, I'd be asking the captain why he didn't bowl earlier.
Correct.
Coming off that man of the match performance the day before. But he is the captain. And he didn't bowl himself early, so just not sure what happened there, why he didn't bring
I thought
himself
Shaminder
on.
was the captain.
He is?
But I would have had Abhishek on a lot earlier than he did.
Shaminder, I need to be asking that of course. And,
You're right. Because he has been the one that has been the glue. And even when they struggled against Sri Lanka, he was the one that was still competitive. And he's had a great tournament, Abhishek. But at the end of the day, the Indians probably a bit more talent when you can get Clive Rose to come in as an injury replacement player. Taylor, we mentioned, only played the one game but enjoyed it and hurt his finger. The Gloucestershire representative, and he's at Kingston Hawks, so he couldn't play today because of the injury. So it was a great performance by India. Well done. I thought they were in trouble after the first game and halfway through the second game, but they found a way to win, and a great tournament, Grant, wasn't it?
Fantastic. We have had such a good week. I think it's been, I counted 16 or 17, 18 games.
Yep.
All have been terrific cricket. And now to the big finale, the big presentation. We're going to go to Suash for the presentation.
Hello and welcome to the final post-match presentation of Landmark presents the Aussie Cricket League 2023. What a season we had. 8 days of non-stop cricket, 15 games, 8 teams battling it out, and we finally have one winner. A huge round of applause to everyone over here for pulling this off. It's been a spectacle indeed. Now this tournament's only possible because of our sponsors, so a big thank you to all our sponsors and the owners of all franchises too, who made sure that this happens in such a smooth way. It's time to felicitate our sponsors. I request the presence of Harry Sandhu and Ms. Navjeet Kaur. Ms. Navjeet Kaur, please be here. And Mr. Harry Sandhu, the heart of ACL. We'll start with someone who made this possible from the word go. Landmark Investment, Mr. Mario Pizarro is here with us. A huge round of applause for Mario Pizarro. Please collect your wonderful memento, sir. Mr. Mario Pizarro of Landmark Investments. And we can't let you go without having a word. We can't let you go. Mario, firstly, Landmark Investments and the things that it continues to do for the communities over here in Australia. Would love to know from you what your business is about and what made you say, all right, Aussie Cricket League will have Landmark at the beginning of it.
Thank you. Okay, so bit of a, the first thing is thank you to ACL, Harry and all his team to put these great events together. Then also the players, without them this wouldn't happen. They entertained us for the last 7 days, give us great joy, and to see how skillful they are in playing the great game called cricket. Now in regards to Landmark Investments, we have been helping people create wealth in all types of events related to money, finances, property. But three of the main things we do is we help people pay mortgages. Since 1996 we've been helping people to pay home mortgages in 5 years rather than 30 years. We also help people reduce their taxes by at least 50% when they invest. And we've got special programs and plans that help them retire with an income of $150,000 within 10 years. So we tell people that the only thing that stands between themselves and the goals they want in life is knowledge. And the only thing that stands between knowledge and what they want is action. And then what's in between action and the result is fear. So if you learn how to manage your fears and take the first step and want to learn how you can become financially successful and achieve those 3 goals, we welcome you to approach us, and we'll be happy to help you and serve you and show you a very clear, specific plan to show you how to achieve your independent, individual goals and objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mario, and may you continue to do this, and we really hope your support continues as well, as Aussie Cricket League is only going to get bigger and better with your support. Thank you so much, Mr. Mario. Next up, a big thank you to Gainride Accountants. I request Gurveen Kaur ji. Gurveen Kaur, where are you? This lovely memento would be for you. Okay. All right. Due to prior commitments, she couldn't be here, but we'll make sure that this lovely memento reaches you. Next up, we have Peach Institute. Thank you so much, Peach Institute, and the support of Mandeep Singh and Sandeep Singh, the brothers. Thank you so much to Peach Institute for your lovely support. Harry Sandhu and Ms. Navjot Kaur will present this lovely memento to them. Thank you, Harry sir and Navjot ma'am. And thanks to Mandeep Singh and Sandeep Singh. Next up, our Sports Gear Online. Again, undying support. And how can we forget Mr. Anu? Mr. Anu is with us. From the moment Aussie Cricket League was decided, Sports Gear Online. And with Geet Dillon, of course, in the frame. It's only complete. Thank you so much, Mr. Anu. Next up, we have Sara & Co. Interiors, and Mr. Gurmeet Virdi is with us to collect the memento. Mr. Gurmeet Virdi. Thank you so much, Mr. Gurmeet. Sara & Co. Interiors, and he has his way with numbers as well. The big screen that you saw, it was only possible to have that up and running because of Mr. Gurmeet Virdi. Thank you so much, sir, for all your support. A true all-rounder. Next up, a huge thank you to BCTA, Mr. Sohail Sadiq, representing Mr. Sohail Sadiq, representing BCTA. Thank you so much, Sohail, for your support, the captaincy, and of course, those shrewd calls. Thank you so much. From the Melbourne Sports Injury Group, Dr. Jason Chan, are you with us? Dr. Jason Chan. But we've got a representative for Dr. Jason Chan. Thank you so much to Melbourne Sports Injury Group. And now here's someone very popular. From the GD Bat Repair, a huge thank you to Geet Dillon. Thank you so much, Geet. And last but definitely not the least, from Isaiah Homes, a big round of applause to Bir Karan Chahal. Bir Karan Chahal from Isaiah Homes. Thank you so much for your support, Bir Karan. It's time now to felicitate the match officials without whom this game wouldn't have been possible. And I think we had a spectacular tournament thanks to wonderful people working as match officials too. All right, the match officials, we'll move on to them in just a bit because we can never forget MK7 Homes for their support. MK7 Homes, the star representing MK7 Homes. Please come and collect your memento. From 4 layers of the crowd, there you appear, MK7 Homes. Miss MK herself, thank you so much. And don't forget, she's making some spectacular films when it comes to Punjabi movies. It's just getting started, Melbourne based, but I promise you, the scripts are going to be fantastic always. Thank you so much. Now we'll move on to the match officials. I request the presence of Mr. Pardeep Boyle. And I say a big thank you to Harry and Navjot Kaur, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Harry. Now, Pardeep Boyle, I request you to give away the awards to match officials. We'll start with the umpires. Extremely experienced, and I'll tell you what, he ensured that in every second you spend with him. Lots of stories and lots of lovely decisions as well. We'll start with Ashley Barrow. Ashley Barrow, thank you so much for all those lovely stories too. Next up, again extremely popular, Ankur Sharma, the umpire. Ankur Sharma. Again another multitasker. Ensure that every heated argument that's well within the ropes stays within the ropes as well. A different person once he exits the ropes. And of course, the very popular Rory Ludwig. Rory, are you here with us? He's got another assignment perhaps, Rory, but thank you so much for all your support, Rory. And how can we forget the very cheerful Shanaka De Silva.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you for your help and ideas.
Shanaka De Silva receiving his memento from Pardeep Boyle. Thank you so much, Shanaka. And we have with us Vivek Kumar, the umpire Vivek Kumar, who was sensational from the word go in the tournament. But we'll ensure that the memento reaches him. Moving on to the groundsman and the curator. Now, in this tournament, remember, we're having games every single day. It's not easy to prepare pitches because we don't have the time for it to recuperate. But here we had Shane Hookey and team working tirelessly to ensure we have a spectacular tournament. Shane Hookey, where are you hiding? Sun, rain, breeze, everything that the pitch had to go through, Shane went through as well. Thank you so much, Shane, for all your support. I know the pitches talk to you. Thank you so much, Shane Hookey and his entire team. Thank you very much. Absolute pleasure. Now you have the voices, the storytellers, the commentators. We'll start with a very popular and whom I like to call the voice of ACL, Dan Lonergan. We're not used to searching for Dan because he's usually alongside. Come on in, Dan. A brilliant storyteller, and as we like to call him, the Dan-cyclopedia. Knows the stats in and out. Thank you so much, Dan, for all that you continue to do. The very gentle and an absolutely wonderful storyteller, Grant O'Hara. Thank you, Grant, for all your stories, the stints, an unforgettable moment off the microphone as well. Great fun chatting with you. Grant O'Hara. Yeah, I know the third one because I see him in the mirror. Suhas Vedam, the commentator. I'll collect it from you probably later. Is it okay? Thank you so much, Pradeepji.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now I request the presence of Harry Sandhu, the organizer, ACL. Harry is going to distribute gift vouchers now. We'll start with the very popular Bir Karan Chahal. Bir Karan, you receive the first gift voucher. Congratulations, Bir Karan, or as you're very popularly known, Bunny. And he's given away a lot of mementos. It's time for him to receive the gift voucher. Pardeep Boyle. It's Pardeep Boyle up next. But as always, he's the everywhere man. He's got to be somewhere else to do something else. Pardeep, can you make a dash? The cheers suggest that it's worth the wait. It's Pardeep Boyle. One person whom you just cannot give a designation to because he'll ensure that everything is taken care of. Pardeep Boyle receiving the gift voucher from Harry Sandhu, organizer ACL. This is a picture for ages, I tell you. For someone who's behind the camera to be in front of it and figure out which one to look at and smile. Pardeep Boyle, what a story. Next up, Vikas Rana. Congratulations, Vikas Rana, on the completion of another successful ACL. And may the support remain. Up next, we have HS Sandhu. Thank you so much, HS Sandhu. And now Aman Sandhu. For the Indian Tigers setup and beyond. Aman Sandhu, who's been through thick and thin when it comes to ACL. Thank you so much for your continued support. Mr. Popular once again, Zorawar Sidhu. Thank you so much, Zorawar. Now we have Harjinder Sohal. Harjinder Sohal. All right. The next one, very popular in the Afghanistan setup as well. Coach in the true sense of the word and always great fun talking cricket with him. Lee Vowels. Lee, where are you? The coaches, I tell you, they're always having 2 to 3 diaries, filling it up, ensuring that every chink in the armory is being ironed out before the next game. Lee Vowels is probably doing that. Next, we have Geet Dillon, the man who speaks the language of bats. Not the ones that fly, but the ones that make the ball fly. Thank you so much, Geet. Geet Dillon. And next up, someone who stood like a pillar of support at all times, Jasmeet Virdi. Thank you so much, Jasmeet. Sukral Singh, where are you? Sukral Singh, thank you for your support. There isn't a day in ACL but you don't see Sukral Singh working tirelessly. Thank you so much, Sukral, for all your support. And Jobanpreet Singh is up next. Jobanpreet, thank you so much for your support. And this is your moment, Mr. Manjinder Kaka. I think the roar tells you something, Mr. Manjinder Kaka. Mr. Khushwinder Chib is up next. Thank you so much, Mr. Khushwinder, for your support. Mr. Khushwinder Singh, Mr. Khushwinder Chib. The quietest perhaps, but ensuring that every job is done on time, one step ahead all the time. Hargurdeep Singh. Thank you so much, Hargurdeep. Another frame to be etched in memory. And someone who's been excellent in handling almost everything that's given to him. Nishant Singh, where are you? Thank you so much, Nishant, for your continued support. From the bounce factor in the bouncing castle to the bounce factor on the cricket pitch, he analyzes everything. Daryl Grayson, a true cricket connoisseur. Daryl, are you around? He's gone to catch some cricket, perhaps at the ground next to this. We'll move on to Jagdish Singh. All the way from California. Thank you so much for your support, Jagdish Singh ji. Zoom Punjabi, and may the channel grow. Thank you so much, Jagdish Singh ji. And how can we forget such a charismatic duo of brothers, Varun and Vishal Thind. Varun and Vishal Thind. Thank you so much, Varun and Vishal Thind. Vishal had to be elsewhere right now, so thank you so much, Varun, for your continued support. Receive a gift voucher from Harry Sandhu, the organizer, ACL. And last but definitely not the least, Samarpreet Singh. Thank you so much, Samar, for your continued support. Samarpreet Singh, are you here? All right, but we'll ensure that the voucher reaches you. Now it's time to give away some special awards. I request the presence of Ms. Navjot Kaur, a pillar of support for ACL. Navjot Kaur ji. The special award is first going to the broadcasters. Set Sports, Sachin Yadav and Co. Sachin, thanks for remaining behind the camera all this while. It's time for you to shine in front of it. Sachin Yadav of Set Sports. If you saw pictures of all the cameras, you saw it through his eyes first and then yours. He was the one ensuring that the right frames are cut to tell the story of ACL, to elevate the story of ACL. Thank you so much for your support. Set Sports, Sachin Yadav and his entire team. We had something interesting this time, as always, the ACL Fantasy League. And the winner of the ACL Fantasy League receives AUD $200. I request the presence of Mr. Vicky from My Club app. Mr. Vicky. Mr. Vicky will be giving away $200 as the prize for the ACL Fantasy League winner, and that is Tommy Marks. Tommy Marks. Tommy Marks. Thank you so much, Tommy. You predicted and strategized the teams. And did you take the help of Hades, his lovely pet? Did you take the help of Hades is what we would want to know, though.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Connor for the 58 in the last one to just get me over the line. But apart from that, thanks, boys.
Thank you so much for your support as well. He's been there for almost every game, along with Hades, who gets free pets all the time. Thank you, Tommy Marks. Now, let's move on to the player of the match. We would have loved a tight contest for a grand finale, but it was sensational also because this man, who waited for his opportunity throughout, waited and waited, and when the time came, delivered with a ball in hand. the player of the match. I request Mr. Zoravar Sidhu to be here to give away the all-important player of the match. This check of 500 AUD will go to Manroop Singh for 3 for 13. What a fabulous performance come the grand finale. He was warming the bench because that's the bench strength of the Indian Tigers. And the Tigers had unleashed Manroop Singh, the captain of the under-19 ACL Indian Tigers itself. So he knows the culture of this side, and he delivered when it mattered the most. Thank you so much, Manroop. It's very difficult to find out what his next move is. Just like the batters found it difficult, we wanted to have a chat, but Manroop has slowly faded away into the blue ocean of Indian Tigers. Now we'll move on to the tournament awards. We'll start with the best bowler, who receives $2,500 and a lovely trophy. The best bowler would be given away by Mr. Vikas Rana himself. Mr. Vikas Rana. And he'd be very happy to give this away to Fawad Malook, who was sensational throughout the league stages. Fawad Malook from ACL 22 to 23 is only improved and is still unreadable for many batters. Thank you so much, Fawad, for all that you continue to do for cricket. Fawad, would you want to have a chat? Congratulations on this award. Thank you. Now the best bowler in the league stages. It wasn't easy because you had all kinds of games this time around. It wasn't a one-sided affair.
Thank you. We lost the semi-final very hard, you know this. But the wicket is spin. We bowling line wicket to wicket, and the condition good for the spinner, and see the condition.
Yeah, you delivered. Every time you pick one wicket, the other one follows. What's your secret?
I try to bowl wicket to wicket. That's my plan, and dot, and the wicket will become. You know, this cricket is very funny cricket. All the tournament, especially for the spinners. But it's good for our team that we can play a good cricket all tournaments.
Absolutely, and I think the surf has restored the balance in our sport as well between bat and ball. Really well bowled. All the best for the next tournament as well. Keep collecting awards like these, Fawad.
Thank you.
Fawad Malook, the best bowler of the tournament. Now, the best batter who will receive $2,500 and a glitzy trophy. I request the presence of Bir Karan Chahal to give away the best batter. Again, someone who's been phenomenal through the league stages, which is the criteria. Anthony Aline receives the best batter of ACL 2023, brought to you by Landmark. Anthony, are you here? All right. Anthony Aline's not here, but the award would still be collected by Fazal, who's promised us that this will reach him. Thank you so much. Now for the all-important player of the tournament, who's going to receive $5,000 and a lovely kit bag to continue his cricket journey. I request the presence of Mr. Anu from SGO. Mr. Anu, who sponsored the kit bag. The kit bag is glowing in blue. He receives a check of $5,000 and that lovely trophy. It goes to Satnam Grewal. Dominating display with a bat in hand. Unbelievable. Slinging into action with the ball. Satnam Grewal. How can we let you go without a few words? You're being egged on. Come on. He'll listen to everything that his team says. I think you dropped a few centuries here. But that's okay. If he doesn't want to be on the mic, he wants to be out there to face the fast bowlers and sling into action with his bowling as well. So those were the tournament awards. Now I request the presence of Harry Sandhu, the organizer of ACL, for a very short interview. Harry, firstly, a sigh of relief that this was another fantastic tournament and just the way you imagined or even better?
Yeah, it's a bit of a relief. It's a grand final, always a tough one. We've been working really hard from last 8 days of our committee members, working days and night to make this event successful. So I'm very thankful to my whole committee who was working alongside me to make another successful event.
Let's rewind the clock a little bit. When ACL started and to where you're standing right now, pulling off another fantastic event, pulling off another successful season. How has the journey been?
It's been really good for me. We started in 2021. It was a community league to start with. We had a 4-team community team participate in 2021. And next year in 2022, few international players involved and the level of the tournament went to next level. And now then there was an under-19 tournament in Queensland, Noosa. A lot of international young talented players came to Australia, they participated, and few of them are currently playing in this league. So for me personally, it's a huge achievement we have gained so far. We have done, this is the 4th season. So I'm very satisfied with all the tournaments we have done so far.
You mentioned under-19, and that's a very impressionable age in which you can tap into talent at the right time and groom them for a better future in cricket. How has that journey of an under-19 trial been, and what's in the offing?
So what we've been doing so far for the under-19, our team traveled to the countries where we're picking the team, for example, India, Pakistan. We're doing the same thing this year. Our team is traveling to India on 20th of February for a talent hunt selection trial somewhere in Punjab, and then the same team will travel to Pakistan across the border for a selection trial. Same thing we're planning to do in Colombo, Sri Lanka as well. So hopefully we'll have a good set of team coming over this year, and the under-19 tournament will be happening in Sydney this year.
Fantastic. So the Aussie Cricket League is going to be an exploration of Australia. Now we move to Sydney as well later on. Thank you so much, Harry, for your time, and all the best for the next season as well. Keep having them. We love being here.
Thank you very much, Ross. Thank you.
Harry, the organizer of ACL, the heart of ACL. Now, it's time to give away the runners-up check. I request the presence of Mr. Sandeep from Peach Institute to be here with us. Mr. Sandeep. It's time to announce the runners-up. It's the Sydney Mavericks indeed. A huge round of applause to Sydney Mavericks. And I request the Sydney Mavericks to come and collect their medals one by one. We'll start with Saurav Sandhu, the man who envisaged Sydney Mavericks in the first place. Saurav. Next up, we have Saurav Sharma. Ronnie Chopra, who's still recuperating perhaps, but you can't stop him from having the bat in hand and being out there. Someone who turned the game around in so many important encounters, Abhishek Bajaj. I think he's going to bear with me when I say that he is looking for the next pair of keeping gloves because he's getting better and better. Sherry Gunawalia, who stepped up for his side and said, I'll be the keeper. Solomon Maya, the very popular Solomon Maya. adding the Zimbabwean flair to the tournament as well. Thank you so much, Solomon. Sushant Gupta. He didn't have a bat suddenly. He called the right person. He called Geet, and his bat was fixed in like no time. Thank you so much, Sushant. Awais Hussain is up next. Awais. It's a team that played its heart out. The Sydney Mavericks. Mohsin Raza. Yuvraj Gunawaliya. Yuvraj Gunawaliya. We saw you support, we saw you cheer from the dugout and beyond. Thank you so much, Yuvraj. And I hope it's been a very good learning experience for Yuvraj. The pacers like the breeze, not the anchors, I think. Watino Fernando is up next. Watino. Watino Fernando. And someone, again, who was of great support, Sulakshan. Thank you, Sulakshan. He's a fast bowler who has 7 different kinds of slower deliveries and ever improving when it comes to 6 hitting. Satish Shivakumaran stood up for his side when its team needed him the most, be it with an eccentric run out, sudden bursts of runs, or with wickets. Satish Shivakumaran. Shubham Agarwal. Thank you so much, Shubham. Sydney Mavericks. Catching a red-eye flight to be here for the grand finale. Would have been tough for him for sure. But he was magnificent whenever the opportunity presented itself before this game as well. Puru God. Thank you so much, Puru. Vishesh Malhotra. He was sensational behind the wickets. He's not here right now, but Vishesh, you were fabulous whenever you got the opportunity with the gloves. And Prabh Bhalla as well, who might not be here right now, but he was really good. A burst of energy, splendid catching, flying with the ball sometimes, and swinging it at just the right times to create the outside chances. Sandeep Nishad, someone who's bloomed and blossomed from the under-19 ACL to find a place in the Sydney Mavericks for this season. Sandeep Nishad, you handled pressure really well. Well done. And someone who needs no introduction, the captain other side, Shaminda Eranga, guiding his team through to a brilliant final. Shaminda, we'll have a chat with you first. Now, firstly, we'll ask about Ayush and Danish. Very contrasting characters who are still standing there for medals. Contrasting characters, but they step up for you. How do you turn everybody into a match winner? What's the secret sauce?
Oh, it's actually reading situation and things, choosing some body language and things. It's very simple things with the experience to do. That's the way I'm doing.
You must be mighty proud of the boys for the brand of cricket they've played to reach thus far, because you were under pressure all the time. There's not a straightforward win if you see your chart till now.
Yeah, this is cricket actually. It's really hard to sometimes playing on this pitch, getting different all the time. But especially today, wicket is very different. We select to bat first, but every credit going to Indian team because a young bowler left arm. He damaged the innings first, taking 3 wickets, unbelievable. And yeah, so it's changed very quickly, but we couldn't set up that one as a second plan.
And finally, how's your journey been in ACL 2023 and your conversations with the heart and soul of Sydney Mavericks, Saurabh Sandhu?
It's a very fantastic opportunity to lead this team. Especially, I didn't even thought who I had to play with, because I really don't know about the players who I got for this competition. And Saurabh Sandhu actually he helped me to get this chance and introducing everyone's batters, bowlers. But unfortunately, we lost some people in the final. But I'm very proud about these young boys, which way they played and started. They come through to this final. Incredible.
Well, I request you to wait a little moment as we invite Ayush and Danish to collect their medals too from Mr. Sandeep. Really well done. Stepping up when the team needed the most. Now, in your presence, I'd like to call Saurabh Sandhu so that there can be a chat and he can tell us his experience of ACL. Saurabh. It's a captain alongside, and you chose captaincy material. There were so many other options too. You told us that he is someone who was sensational from the word go because he knows everything that there is to know about cricket here in Melbourne.
Yeah, I think he's the best cricketer that I've seen play in action live, and I've played with. So I think it was a wonderful experience sharing the dressing room with Shami and having him to lead the team, having to share my thoughts about cricket and listening to him. It was always a pleasure.
How's your experience been in ACL 2023, and has that egged you on for more teams, more games?
Yes, we did come last year as well, and I, on this very podium, I, wish the team greater, things in the time to come, and I can see this year it's better, and personally it has been a great experience as well. Looking forward to it. Hopefully we'll do better as a team next time.
You've reached the finals. The only thing left perhaps is to touch that cup and lift it and take it home. Finally, a word on Harry and his entire team for putting this together, and how satisfied are you as someone who has a team in this, and the way the team has grown as well with cricket in the tournament?
No, obviously I'm pretty happy the way the boys have played. But the thing is, 8 teams, all of those came here to win. So when I say, we'll do better, I'm aiming for the win. But like I said, really happy with my skipper, with the boys. Everyone played their hearts out. Harry, of course. Like Harry Bhai has been, really a great support. Last season as well, we saw him running around the ground, and doing stuff by himself that he may not, someone else may not have done it. But yeah, Harry Bhai has been a great support. The way he has organized everything, he takes his team along. I've seen him work until 11 or even midnight. So it's been a great pleasure playing for his, playing in this league under his supervision.
Oh yes, he doesn't have a time zone that he sticks to, right? He's working 24/7. Well, I think it's only right if you, along with the captain, can collect the ACL runner-up check from Mr. Sandeep of Peach Institute, $25,000 to Sydney Mavericks, the runners-up of ACL 2023. Let the boys have a piece of it as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Sandeep. I think we're just in time. We can have Harry back before he tells us what a big surprise is, because there is a surprise waiting for you. We have 3 more vouchers to give away. We'll start with Hamza. Where are you? Hamza ensuring that everybody is in good shape. There were niggles to handle. But thank you so much, Hamza, for your support. And someone who's been capturing moments with his wonderful camera. How can we forget? Azhar, where are you, Azhar? Azhar has pushed Hamza first. This on your screen is Hamza. Thank you so much for those lovely snaps as well. And now, of course, no more time to hide. Azhar, can we please have you now? Azhar, the man behind all the wonderful shots that you see on Instagram, Facebook, and wherever. It's Azhar, the photographer of ACL 2023. He has a vantage point everywhere. Sensational with his frames. Thank you so much. Now, Harry, before you tell us what the big surprise is, I request the presence of the DJ who ensured we were grooving to his music. Sandy Baji, where are you? Thank you so much. DJ Sandy. He has a musical piece for every situation. Every situation. Thank you so much, DJ Sandy. Now, over to Harry to let us know what the big surprise is. Drum roll, please.
Well, it's not a surprise, but it's just a major announcement I missed out. So we start our journey in Melbourne for ACL from last 3 years. It's been a great support by community, especially Southeast community, our cricket community in Southeast. It was great in Melbourne, but for us to time to take this event to another state. So next ACL Senior will be happening in Western Australia in Perth.
Western Australia, Perth. Thank you so much, Harry. Western Australia and Perth, be prepared because the carnival is coming towards you now. ACL 2024 is going to be in Perth. Now for the big moment. To give away the big winning trophy, the winner's trophy of Landmark ACL 2023. I request the presence of Mr. Mario Pizarro of Landmark Investments. The winner's trophy. Firstly, we'll have the medals being collected. The winners of ACL 2023 brought to you by Landmark, the Indian Tigers. We'll start with Connor Carroll. Connor. Arriving after a huge defeat and turning everything around. Connor Carroll for the Indian Tigers. Next up, Satnam Grewal, roaring up top. Be prepared for Scott Polombo, who can score runs in a jiffy, who can play in a steady innings as well. Thank you so much, Scott Polombo. Scott, thank you so much. Dave Dubey. Lovely wrist, swinging the ball. And he appeals like it's his birthright as well. Brilliant appeals too. Thank you so much, Dave Dubey. Krishan Alang, a very wily customer with the ball in hand. Harry Singh, who bowled so many wonderful spells to put his team in the final in the first place. Thank you so much, Harry, and recover soon. Everyone be prepared for the Thai 5. It's Adi Grewal. Thank you so much, Adi. Spectacular catches taken. Remarkable effort. If you can give us a Thai 5 as well as you go. There you go. And someone who just makes the occasion his own with a fifer in the semi-final. Splendid performance today. Brendan Rose. The rock star of the side, Brendan Rose. Thank you. In comes another rock star who waited and waited to be unleashed. Manroop Singh. And collecting the medal next from Mr. Mario Pizarro is Ankit Saxena. A constant support to the side, Indian Tigers, Ankit Saxena. Thank you. Very popular indeed. Binat Sani, where are you? Ensuring that everybody else gets the limelight all the time, but working so tirelessly behind the scenes as well. Thank you so much, Binat Sani. And we can never forget Dasun Nopanayaka. And can we now have the captain, Ravish Srivastava, the winning skipper of Indian Tigers. Well, congratulations, Ravish, firstly. Now I think it will be only fitting as a captain if you could call Mr. Paracha to come collect that trophy firstly, or the medal first up.
What about the other two players?
We'll call them as well. Mr. Paracha would push them forward as always. Sardar, you cannot hide anymore. Sardar firstly.
And Clive Rose. Yes, and Clive Rose.
Thank you so much, Sardar. Superb spells. Someone who flung into action, flying and taking unbelievable catches. Clive Rice. Clive Rose. Thank you so much. Clive Rose. One cousin takes the pace, one cousin decides to be the spinner. Coach Grant Francis. Very popular in Adelaide. It's his first stint, mind you, as a coach for a franchise side. And his track record now is 100%. A huge round of applause to Francis. Thank you so much, Grant Francis. And now it's time to call Mr. Usman Paracha, who dreamt as he put a side together that he'll lift the trophy, and that's exactly what he did. Mr. Usman Paracha. And you stay here too, of course. There was a dream. There was a dream.
Yeah.
And now has it sunk in?
It hasn't. It hasn't. Still sinking in. Yeah. We had a vision, but it took a lot of hard work and some really scary moments in the last 1 week to actually pull it off. Yeah. But really happy though with the effort.
To put a team together and to see it do well, there were some tough moments as well. I really hope sleep wasn't a luxury for you.
It was. It was every night. Too many thoughts, too many combinations, who to play, how to play. Texting Ravish 3 in the morning. Hey, should we give him the bowling or should we open with that person? So yeah, very, very anxious 1 week, but we really enjoyed the journey. It was unbelievable.
The biggest thing that cricket has taught you, what would it be? And what are your words for Ravish, the skipper?
Ravish is like my younger brother. We've played together for many years. When we thought about putting the team, there was no other name that came into my mind other than Ravish to lead the side.
And what did cricket teach you in this tournament?
Don't take anything for granted.
Don't take anything for granted. Really well said. Well, Ravish, I'll chat with you as well. Fantastic win coming to the game today. You had to take a couple of tough decisions as well because suddenly one of your best bowlers was not available.
Yeah, but luckily we had the depth in Manroop who could come into a final and perform the way he did, which is phenomenal.
How did you prepare the boys to be in the right mindset? Because this tournament is thick and fast. One day you're in the semis, the next day you're in the finals.
That's funny. I did put a curfew on the boys. They could not go and enjoy Melbourne for one last night, but they can definitely go out tonight.
So the curfew is lifted, says the 3 a.m. friend. Really well captained too. You deserve every bit of this. It's time now for you to collect the check first up from Mr. Mario Pizarro of Landmark Investments. It would be $50,000 to the winners, Indian Tigers. What a fabulous performance it has been by the Indian Tigers, who stuck with each other through thick and thin. Now I request Mr. Mario Pizarro to give away that huge trophy. You, Mr. Srivastava Ravish, please walk the red carpet with Mario Pizarro to collect the big trophy of ACL 2023, brought to you by Landmark. I request the team to line up here for the photographs as the captain will bring the huge trophy home. It's the Indian Tigers, the champions of ACL 2023, brought to you by Landmark. It's a heavy trophy indeed. It's a team that's done heavy lifting, and it's time for them to do it one more time, but this time with a trophy in hand. The Indian Tigers, the champions of Landmark, presents the Aussie Cricket League 2023. We'll leave you with these wonderful pictures with a promise to get bigger and better as the Indian Tigers start to celebrate. This is just the beginning of cricket reaching new levels in Australia. I really hope you enjoyed our broadcast and continue cherishing the win for the Indian Tigers as well on your frames. That's all we got for you from here at the KC Fields. 8 days of cricket bonanza comes to an end, and it all ends with a smile for the men in blue. Until we meet next time, it's goodbye from all of us here. Take care.
सुन ललारिया वे